Benzinger market update. S&P futures up 3.50. The Dow futures up 48. Nasdaq is
East.
down 15. Crude is up 19
TSLR.
cents at $69.39.
SHPH. SHPH.
Natural gas is up 3 cents at $2.17.
SHPH.
Gold is up $18.40 at 25.45.10. Bitcoin futures down 1,445 at 56,910.
SHPH.
Coming up at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time, the ADP non-farm employment change for August, 144,000, the consensus. At 8:30, jobless claims. At 9:45, the S&P Global Services and Composite PMI. At 10 a.m., the
SHPH.
ISM non-manufacturing PMI for August. At 10:30, natural gas
SHPH.
storage. At 11, crude and gasoline inventories. At 11:30, the 8-week and 4-week bill auctions.
East. SHPH. 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 NIO.
AIEV. AIEV.
WISA. 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 SHPH. SHPH.
Hello, good morning to you, Randy. You're probably just stopping in for a minute to say hello, as you're probably waking up a little early as well. Well, with the kids going back to school, I have to be waking up before 7 again, which I prefer
WISA.
anyway. So, yes, sir, yes, sir. What time do you get up normally, would you say? On
WISA.
average, typically. YYGH. Let's see.
WISA.
GME.
WISA.
I know there's about 20 seconds of delay before you said. IGH soar. Okay. Soar. Nope. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's a good time. Yeah, today I woke up at 6:40. Mod MODD.
SHPH. 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 SHPH.
Looks like
SHPH.
I think the market did kind of okay overnight as far as around the world. We had that somewhat resilient day yesterday. Today we're opening up in the middle of yesterday's range, so yesterday and today both two positives. Pullback that just happened. That's a long delay. Yeah, I'm just reading that now. I'm surprised it takes that long. Yeah. Let's see. The time is on the top of the stream there. It shows the exact time and second on my computer. And then it's, then it goes out, and I guess there could be some delay. So you can see, you can measure that against, you can look at the top of there. You can measure that against the current time to the second that you have. You can figure out the difference has got to be the delay. Though, yeah, I forgot to uncheck this one box. Supposedly there's something I can do possibly to get that delay reduced or removed, at least somewhere between about 16 seconds of it. So according to the difference between the top clock and your local time, how much is the delay?
WISA.
Odd Ginelin.
FFIE. WISA. East. JBLU.
Maybe because of AI and algorithm.
East.
What's algorithm? What do you was that a misprint type? What the heck algorithm is? Algorithm? Oh, maybe you meant to be saying algorithm. Oh, there you go. Algorithms running on the site. Yeah, that could definitely be it. Yeah. My wife just said, "You're live already?" Thank you. Ah, yes, coffee. Perfect, too. The reason I'm live already is because, at 7 a.m., stocks start trading on Thinkorswim, which is what I have, Schwab's Thinkorswim. I wish they would make it earlier, and maybe they will.
MODD.
But sometimes I'm interested in checking out what's hot right at the 7 a.m. time, because you actually can see a boost in movement at that time. See, look, here's 7 a.m. on this one stock. It moved from $2.20 to $3 starting at 7 a.m. That, it moves a lot early in the morning. What time is this? This is like yesterday. Midnight. I don't even know how does this stock trade at midnight?
NIO.
That's cool. But the best you can do is Webull and a couple other platforms, IBKR, which will have pre-market trading starting at 4 a.m. Some of them will start at 6 a.m.
SOXS.
But 4 a.m. Can you imagine that? But it actually becomes a very important thing when you're in these kinds of stocks, because sometimes, often,
SHPH.
they go crazy between 4 and 7, and then by 7 the craze is over. And only the people that can trade before 7 are able to capitalize. And your orders, even if while you're asleep, won't get processed. I think that's completely unfair.
TSLL.
Let's see. Let me see. IBKR.
FYBR.
Pre-market trading hours. Pretty sure it's 4 a.m.
SHPH. FYBR.
Yeah, 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. in IBKR. I've been slowly working on getting my IBKR back up and running. It's a real old school looking app. Yeah, but so kind of so is Thinkorswim.
SHPH.
But they're a little bit different, so it could take me literally years to set up IBKR the way I have set up Thinkorswim. because this is so dialed in. If I was a new trader
SHPH.
and needed to set up Thinkorswim the way I have it set up now,
SHPH. SHPH.
there's just so much going into it. I mean, you don't see everything right now, but you used to on the 4K. And that's just one monitor out of, well, two at the moment, two 4Ks. But just my graphs have like 15 different indicators. Each graph in one little area of my screen, I have 24 graphs, charts, and you have to figure each of those has 15
SQQQ.
indicators or add-ons, whatever you want to call it. Then I have, 40 watch list scans going, each custom programmed. I mean, just think about, how much time has gone into this. Customizing Thinkorswim. Now, translate that over to any other platform, and I think it could take a year before any other platform gets dialed in the way I've got this dialed in. Maybe less. I am trading this one east this morning, and it is attempting to come up to 3 and break out. I only got it at 280, quite late. Stop at 180, sort of below the bend in this swap line. In graphics terms, I don't know if you guys do graphics.
East.
In graphics terms, or even in science or statistics, on a curve, we call a bend like that
East.
a point in the curve where it bends, takes on a new angle. The knee, Knee.
East.
And even in audio, when I was working in audio and music, compression angles. So you would have a 2-to-1 compression or a 3-to-1 compression. It could only start. You could set it to start at a certain decibel level, or not. And
PRZO,
and then
Zero
when it
signs
starts
agreement
to
with
be either
autonomous
hard, like
solar
just
panel building
bam, just
company
go,
valued at over
start
$200,000,
limiting or
Papa
compressing,
Romeo Zulu Oscar.
or kind of ease into it as things get louder. And that's called soft knee or hard knee compression. I just know too much shit, man. Too much information. I have total mastery in audio and writing music for orchestras and movies, on top of my stock market mastery, which I wouldn't call total mastery. And then I have, I would say, near total mastery in poker. And then I never played tournaments, but as good as you could get before tournaments in tennis.
East.
And then in my teens and my 20s, I would compete in tournaments in billiards, pool. And there's a lot of physics in pool, and I would exploit the physics edge in pool, in billiards. A lot of interesting things about how you can spin the ball. I know you're probably aware, you've played pool, that there's something called English when you can spin the ball, depending on where you hit the cue ball with the tip of your stick. Like if you hit it low, you can make the ball spin backward as it's spinning forward.
East.
But as you become more professional in pool, you actually learn how to control that to the point where you can hit it with just enough backspin like that. They call it bottom spin.
WISA.
That even though it's going forward, at some point it then would stop spinning backward because of all the friction that it's catching on the cloth, stop, and then move forward. And when it does that, when it switches from a backward spin to a forward spin mid
WISA.
distance, it slows down. It slows down because it's and it sort of like stops, and then it starts rolling forward on its own sort of momentum instead of being backspun. That's called a stun shot. And if you can control that, and what's the amazing thing is where you can get a really good edge out of that is if you have a very distant shot, that needs a delicate touch. It would normally be impossible because if you're far away, you'd have to hit it kind of hard for it to get across the table and hit it delicately. However, if you hit it delicately from the other side of the table to start with, by the time it got there, it wouldn't have enough force probably, or maybe if it did, then the problem is that along the way there's so many bumps and things about the felt table that your shot will most likely veer off, and it won't be perfect. So by hitting a stun shot, you can get it to slide across the table and then get really close, and all of a sudden it stuns, and then it slows down, and then it goes kind of slow and delicately taps the other ball right into the hole or whatever, and you can get better aim that way, essentially.
SHPH.
So as you can see,
SHPH.
by the way I described that, I know way too much about certain things. Got to be careful about just hanging out with me at a bar. If you heard a bling, that was because I took first profit there automatically at $3, $2.99 on East, which is really moving.
CNFR. WISA.
Essentially, this morning I'm looking for anything hot on the day and to be made aware of it early. Early bird catches the worm. Isn't that right, Randy? Yes. SHPH. This was moving yesterday. Let's see. I considered getting into this and did not, I think.
East.
Another one that I should have.
EAST, Eastside Drilling, making more new highs now.
East.
$2.96. Echo Alpha Sandy Tango.
Because it is up another 33%. Let me see if I got that. Maybe I did.
East.
I don't think I did. I can easily check by just pulling it up here. Nope, I did not. Okay. Oh, I had an order. Oh, at 2.2, and it went to 3.46. Somehow I didn't get filled. So I was attempting to get in that. Wow. How about that? So 346 is where it went, and I was getting in at 2.2. That's 57% gain just because I didn't get filled. Well, I'll close that order out, and that'll free up the funds. Let's see how much funds that frees up. About $1,000. That's good. Funds is how that works. Ooh, it does. You said other than its benefits. Okay, let me check. What's the problem with the YouTube interface? I gotta tell you, this YouTube interface sucks. We are losing about 75% of the screen's total area that's being utilized for chat. Oh, there's other little settings underneath there. There's one called theater mode. And then there's some settings in YouTube at the bottom next to the gear icon. You might want to click around and mess around with this, mess around with them. Because it can put the chat down below. I believe you might be able to pop off the chat. That was a long sentence, right? Chat length seems
SPAI exclusive to
to be
Benzinger.
limited
Safe
to.
Pro Group tells Benzinger Company
That was the longest
subsidiary
sentence you can
Safe Pro
type.
AI
Gotcha.
completes United Nations
And
Development
then let you know
Program's
when I
purchase
see you
order
tell me you
for
received it. Well, that's one way. Yeah.
artificial intelligence
PSNY.
minefield analysis in the Ukraine.
GREL.
Safe Pro Group tells Benzinger Spotlight
ALUR,
AI powered by AWS
Why is
selected
everything
end-to-end
going
DP
crazy?
for
It's like
hyperscale
8 o'clock?
AI
Oh, yeah.
analysis of drone
Let's
imagery
see.
addressing the
Yeah,
unprecedented
let me go over
scope
to
of
YouTube.
the landmine crisis in the Ukraine. That's Sandy Papa Alpha India SPAI.
Yeah, like if I go to yesterday's
QMML.
YouTube. Okay. Yeah, so there's default view and theater mode.
ALUR
is one thing.
announcing publication of new data demonstrating weight loss in adolescents suffering from obesity. That's Alpha Lima Uniform
I'll
Romeo.
show you in the group. I'm going to show you a
ALUR.
screenshot. A screenshot.
IRN. MDAI.
East.
TSLA. TSLA. SPAI. SPAI. YYGH. TSLL.
SINT Syntax
Poly.
lowering their
Poly.
expected future annual
Globe.
expenses by about $5.8 million, announcing significant cost reductions. Sandy India November Tango.
So there's a chat area at the bottom and the
LTRY.
side, unless you choose full screen and then you lose the chat. Yep, that makes sense. But I think you can pop out the chat. And you can put it on your iPad. I believe you can pop out the chat when you're in full screen or theater view or something. Let's see.
WISA.
Portfolio or tracer-enabled
You have theater mode and display mode or something. Default view and theater mode. And then also, let's see. Your full screen, you can
AKBA,
pop out the
Akebia
chat.
Therapeutics and U.S. Renal Care initiate the voice trial of Vafseo for patients on dialysis. That's Alpha Kilo Bravo Alpha, AKBA.
Now, what was I going to click on?
EMA, Moderna, EMA committee recommends authorization of Moderna's updated COVID-19 vaccine.
There's a way to
November Alpha.
Oh,
Moderna.
because I'm not live, it won't show me. Let's see.
Newsmax expects to conduct IPO later this year to raise up to $75 million in its IPO.
Now,
BOF. SHPH.
Hoth. 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 Hoth.
HOTH, Hoth Therapeutics, announced.
And it can depend on your browser, by the way, whether you're using Safari or Chrome. Some options can be different, by the way.
With HT001, that is Hotel Oscar Tango Hotel.
NVD. OM.
Like sometimes when I'm watching a SpaceX live broadcast, I'm able to put the chat below or on the side. I think I can even pop it out, but I'm not seeing that right now.
BOF.
NVD.
Well,
ARQT, Arcutis completes enrollment of phase
I'm sure we'll
1B
get used to it,
Randy. Ariadis study
I mean, the Zooms will still be used for the classes.
Alpha Romeo Quebec Tango,
but maybe there's a different way you can use the YouTube or something.
OCUP Occupier
than the way you were using the Zoom. I know Zoom is way better. Oh, we all know that. It has like better codecs for the compression and the video side, and you get less glitches. And yeah, it's really great like that, but I can't stream out to other platforms when I do that. This way I can. And I was trying. You saw I was trying to get it so that it would go into the Zoom. But we were having some problems with that, weren't we? So we're doing it like this. I mean, if I did it to the Zoom as well, I'm trying to remember. I think we had some problems. Oh, you said that the image was
IVDA
blurry,
announcing 2.15
so we
million
just
registered
ditched
direct
that.
offering priced at the market.
And
It's India Victor Delta
now we
Alpha,
are where we are.
IVDA.
Hoth.
We got to come up with a
Hoth.
method. You know, this is the one that
WISA.
allows me to stream all day and go out to multiple platforms. So it's kind of like better for me and the group as far as the getting out there and having reach. Whereas if we just did the Zooms, it would be local to just us,
NVDD.
which is fine. But I like trying to get out there
FFIE.
so we can continue to
IMRN,
acquire new members
Eburon.
and grow.
Plans phase 2 trial for IMM 529.
And then, of course, the other side benefit is neither of us need to
WISA.
record the stream because it's
SBSW.
recording immediately.
FFIE.
So if the next glitch is to try to get rid of some
NVDD.
delay,
Michael Romeo November.
then I'm sure we'll work that out. Get it to have less delay. I forgot to do that before this broadcast. I was going to try experimenting with something where you remove the delay. Anyway, we're watching East appreciate in price from, well, yesterday it was at 76 cents, and this morning it's at $3. What does it consider that to be the gain? 284% gain. Woo, there it goes, popping
NVD.
over 3 now. I guess I'll put in another order to sell at maybe
CRDL.
314.
COEP,
East.
Septis, CEO, out with a letter
NVD.
And you
East.
said, so there is a chat area at
to
the bottom
shareholders.
and the side unless you choose full screen, and then you lose all the chat
NYGR.
boxes.
NVD.
Yeah, because you want to go full screen, which you can do on Zoom as well, but in Zoom it has like a separate window for the chat. Oh, that's because Zoom is an app, not
East.
a browser window. So you might be able to, I'm not sure if there's a
Says they are
YouTube
exploring all
app.
options to regain
If you
compliance with
download the
NASDAQ
YouTube
listing
app
rules.
instead of watching the YouTube
That
in your
is,
browser, you may get a few more options
Oscar
available
Echo
to you.
pop-up.
I'm not sure. Okay, I got to get this order in at 314.
East.
Let me see what happens. I'm going to try to download the
East.
app. I don't know if I have the YouTube app on my Mac. I don't think so. No. So you got to go to the App Store in your computer
East.
and find YouTube and download the app.
East. East.
East.
I don't even find it in the YouTube store. I mean, in the Apple store. Where is it? YouTube. Is there no?
East.
Oh, there's maybe no YouTube app for the
East.
computer.
East.
YouTube app,
East.
Mac. Stream in the App Store. Is there no YouTube app? Let's see. There's an easy way to download it. YouTube doesn't have an app. There's an easy way to download it. Yes, you can download it. It's not native. Yeah. Hey, get out of there. Understand. Okay, so how do I download it? How to download YouTube on a MacBook. On MacBook. Oh, I don't know if that's using Google Chrome and Chromium based browsers.
East.
Head to YouTube.
FFIE,
Click on the
Faraday Future, getting
desktop
a pop here,
icon with the
Foxtrot,
downward
Foxtrot, India
facing
Echo.
arrow. Really?
East.
Let me see.
East.
No way. There is one there. Wow. Okay, if you go to YouTube on your Mac, oh, and this is only in Chrome, I think. Then there's a download icon.
ASTS. Big spread.
I'm gonna post that to the group so you can see that. Huh. And then you click on that. Wow, install YouTube app. What? No way. Oh, that was cool. I don't know if it gives you any different options
SHBH.
though. It basically just kind of opened it in a browser window. So let's see if I go to a live stream. Different options. I don't think so. Looks the same. Oh, no. Well, oh, I see. It put it on the bottom. The list of things on the right when I'm in that view.
AST space mobile filed for mixed shelf size not
All
disclosed.
right, well,
That's in a filing Alpha Sandy Tango
there you go.
Sandy.
If you can get the app, maybe
ASTS.
that'll give you some more options.
Coming up, the
Another option
ADP
is to download the app on your iPad.
SHPH.
The ADP non-farm employment change for August, 144,000 is the
And
consensus.
watch it there.
SHPH.
And that might give you mobile options because iPad is kind of a different thing. You know, the app might be different for the iPad. All right. Anywho, let's keep looking through stocks here.
SHPH.
IRN. NVDS.
East.
Oh, another thing, Randy, that's useful about YouTube. But maybe you do this with anyway because you're pretty tech savvy, it seems. But you can cast a YouTube to a Chrome device, so that can be many TVs have Chrome device are a Chrome device and can accept a casting of a YouTube. You just have to click this icon. Let me show you. So that might be helpful because you could cast it to your TV, and in that case, I believe you're able to get chat on your computer or iPad or mobile phone while it's playing on the casted device. So
SHPH.
let me show you what I'm talking about.
SHPH.
EVO, Evotech, and XChem collaborate to accelerate early stage drug discovery. Echo Victor Oscar, EVO.
HTZ.
SHPH.
BP.
ASTS in their filing said we have no plans, continue
SHPH.
to have no plans to raise capital in an underwritten public equity offering through at least the end of 2024 and believe we are sufficiently
SHPH.
capitalized to execute our near-term operational initiatives. That's Alpha
Okay, I
Sandy
pasted that to the
Tango
group.
Sandy from the filing.
BHP.
There's a couple messages over there, a couple screenshots for you to look at, Randy, over there that I've been pasting while we've been talking.
BHP.
MODD, SOAR, YYGH, East, FFIE. Let's see what's going on there.
Coming up, the ADP non-farm employment change, expecting
LRNR.
plus 144,000.
SHPH. Non-farm payrolls are coming in? Is that what he just said? Let me take a look. No, PMI 830 jobless claims. I thought jobless claims was yesterday. Jobless claims. Ah, that's the opposite of JOLTS, job openings. Yeah, no, NFP is tomorrow. Why did he say that? He said non-farm
East.
payrolls. That's tomorrow. I have his days mixed up. But we are getting jobless claims today at 8:30, and tomorrow we're going to have NFP and unemployment. Then next week we'll have an inflation rate number. That's going to move the markets. And then Thursday a PPI number. CPI, then PPI
ADP
next week.
plus 99,000. The consensus
Followed by
was
no
144,000.
speaking by the Fed. So that's good.
UVIX.
S&P futures initially
East.
moving lower now. Again, the ADP private sector jobs plus 99,000 versus the 144,000
LUNR.
estimate.
What's he talking about? I might have the wrong
PPTA
stream.
Perpetua Resources
UVIX.
announcing key federal decision to authorize the Stibnite Gold Project. That's Papa Papa Tango Alpha, PPTA.
FFIE.
Live right now. Okay.
FFIE. East. FFIE.
NVDS.
Okay. Again, FFIE. I wanted to take a look at that chart in pre-market. No. All right. So that's about it. Neo.
SHPH.
We're way ahead of the game this morning, having
SHPH.
started at 7. It's now 8:17. Well before when we normally live stream.
NVDS.
WISA.
And we're way ahead of the game here.
WISA.
Oh, Lisa, I have that.
NVD.
What's going on with it?
UVIX.
UVIX, that's the VIX. We don't want to see that move. The market
TAOP.
starting to curve downward
WISA.
before the open,
NVDS.
and the VIX is starting to elevate before the open. The VIX is over 21. The VIX is at 21. It's over 20, and is now at 21. Is what I'm trying to say, Randy, because
Zeta.
you probably haven't been part of the. Oh, we had a lot of VIX classes in the 2020, I think it was,
SOXS.
during when the market was crashing and stuff. And
SQQQ.
we've said it many times that if the
SHPH.
VIX is over 20,
NVDS.
it's untradeable market. You want to be very careful about
SHPH.
entering positions when the VIX is over 20. Let's take a look at on a graph.
NVD.
Yeah, it spiked up to 23. Well, obviously recently it spiked way high on the yen
NVDQ.
carry liquidation.
NVD.
But the last 3 days it has spiked dramatically
UVIX.
NVDS.
from below 15 to above 20, and that's where we're sitting right now at 21. And whenever the VIX is above 20,
East. YYGH.
you really shouldn't be entering positions.
NVDD.
SHPH.
Just manage what you've got,
SHPH.
because that's a little bit too elevated and negative of a level on the VIX. And then the VIX, you don't use the VIX like a stock chart. It's like a indicator, like an oscillator between 0 and 100 kind of. Anyway,
East.
so but 15
YYGH.
is safe. Below 20 is safe, and you can it's tradable. But once it gets to 15
YYGH.
or lower, that is awesome and excellent.
NVDD. NVDS.
Once it gets down to say 12, I consider that nirvana. Anytime the VIX gets down to 12, that's an excellent spot. It was like that from May to July this year. Very nice and in a really sweet spot down at 12 in the nirvana zone. Hey, good morning, Rommel. Morning. Someone fell off from the bed. Yeah, exactly. No. I wasn't feeling good Monday morning, so this is the opposite of that. Yeah, the VIX is elevating, and let's look at the Qs, because the market right now is turning downward, apparently on these, what I think is some jobless claims numbers that came in that must have been higher than expected. Let's see.
East.
Jobless claims. Showing has not come in yet. Oh, it hasn't come in yet. It'll come in 9 minutes. So the market is anticipating perhaps some bad information from jobless claims because things are selling off even before the release of the report right now. And that report, let's see what that report is.
FFIE.
How many jobless claims have been put in for the last week or month? And if that's higher than expected, wow, gold is spiking now too, just in the last 3 minutes. This has got to be more than the jobless claims movement going on here, I think. That's because gold is moving very strongly.
YYGH.
GC.
SQQQ.
FFIE.
No, never mind. I don't, no, this must be delayed. Yes, it is delayed. Bastards. Data is delayed. So let me try looking up a gold ETF that might not be delayed. GLD. There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, gold is kind of spiking right now. Although it started this morning, but gold is spiking in the last few minutes. For some reason.
UVIX.
And the reason why that's significant, in case you don't know, is gold is the safety.
UVIX.
The last sort of place you can go for safety with your money and your asset allocations. And so when I call it the apocalypse currency. And people tend to push their money into gold when things are looking very unsafe for their money in them everywhere else. I should, really stress it everywhere else. It's a sort of flight to last ditch effort safety asset. And so I find it a little bit concerning that I'm seeing just a little bit concerning, not a lot. When I say I find it a little bit concerning, I mean that literally. Only a little bit. Okay, I don't find it concerning at all. I find it a little bit concerning. That the gold was moving strongly the last 4 minutes while the market is tanking. It just makes me think, and I see the dollar spiking as well. It just makes me think that either something happened globally or potentially a country that's involved in trade had something bad happen to them. It could be in their own report or a monetary policy update or something like that.
XPEV.
Economically in our own domestic country or with policy
FFIE.
or news. Because it's strange to see a spike in gold.
FFIE.
Gold will go up. Gold can move. But it's been a while. It's been a long while since we've seen gold move aggressively on anything. I think even possibly, I'll take a look here, but I think even possibly back here when we had the yen carry trade, gold didn't really spike too hard. Let me see. I could be wrong.
FFIE.
Yeah, there is no special spike in gold on that day.
FFIE.
Nothing. Well, my memory served me correctly, thank God. So, when was the spike? The yen carry spike. We would see that in the VIX mostly. That was August 5th. So we go over to gold. August 5th. Right here. As a matter of fact, gold went down that day. So there was not a flight to safety. See, so that's a difference. But today we do have gold moving up. But you look everywhere. Gold's moving up here and there everywhere. So that could just be another day. What I'm literally talking about is just like there was just the last 4 or 5 minutes, kind of an extra heavy spike that was minor. But on the minute chart, minute to minute, relatively speaking, minute to minute, it's a little bit strong. So that made me think, oh, there's some kind of news or something has just happened. But I'm not really seeing anything in the news. It must be just some of these employment numbers coming through, I think. ADP employment change numbers, I believe is what it is. And we're going to get in 3 minutes the jobless claims numbers, which will be interesting to know what it's going to be. It's funny how in stock gold goes down. In stock, gold goes down, but out there, gold never goes down. They always sell it high.
FFIE.
What? It's funny how in stocks, maybe you're talking about the stock market, gold goes down.
FFIE.
FFIE.
Maybe you said, but
FFIE.
out here, gold never goes down. They always sell it high. That's probably what you're trying to say. But it does go down. There's the price of gold fluctuates, and the reason why you might say it never goes down, which is somewhat true, is because the movement of the price of gold is very slow. It's pretty slow. Like it went from $2,400 in April
Coming up, initial
to
jobless
$2,500
claims
an ounce.
231,000.
Now,
Continuing claims,
so that's
1.87
5
million.
months later, and the difference is $100 an ounce. $2,400, $2,500. But in fact, it has been moving. December, almost a year ago, gold was $2,000 an ounce. And all the way back in October the year before, so a year and a half ago, it was $1,600 an ounce.
RVSN.
So, you know,
CODI, Compass Diversified, may offer
gold
and
is,
sell common shares
and
up
I
to
think part of
$500
what you're
million
probably
from
saying,
time to
Rommel,
time.
is that
Charlie Oscar
nobody
Broker
really
India,
sells gold. They just hold it
CODI.
because it's always valuable. That could be what you're saying. And that is pretty true. Gold always goes up, just not on a day-to-day basis or a month-to-month basis, but year over year, pretty much that is true, yes. If I click the monthly chart on gold here, for the most part, it goes up. There was a period from 2011 to 2020, so that's 9 years, where it had dropped. It took 9 years to get back, and that can happen too. But you just, you know, like you said, you just hold through it, because why would you get rid of gold if you got gold? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I figured out what you said anyway. Randy understands. Let's see. I'll be right back, guys. Going off the air for just 1 second to go turn up the AC. I feel a little bit warm in here. And like Randy, I live in a humid environment, and we don't like that.
NVD.
Zeta.
UVIX.
Zeta.
UVIX. FFIE. MODD.
Coming up, jobless claims 231,000 expected, and the initial claims, continuing claims 1.87 million.
SHPH. SHPH.
So we normally go live about 30 minutes
SHPH.
from now. So the market doesn't open for an hour. So the reason why we're sitting here right now is to see if there's any pre-market
SHBH.
opportunities popping up. And I think I've got that all
APLD.
Initial
covered here.
claims
APLD.
227,000 below the
Oh,
200,000
let's take a look at what
APLD.
the.
Continuing
Oh,
claims
wow! It's a
18
positive
APLD.
reaction
below the 1.8
to the
expected
um,
productivity.
jobless
Pause.
claims.
2.5%
Wow!
versus
Positive
2.3%
reaction.
Pause.
expected.
I did not expect that.
S&P
I really
futures
thought,
getting a
and I
pop
think the
here
market thought
following the
it was going to
8:30
be a bad
data.
news. This is a surprise, I think. Let me go look. Let's see
APLD.
what the numbers were. They're in line. Okay, they forecasted it to be 227,000 jobless claims.
Sophia
It came in
Genetics,
at
SOPH,
227,000
announcing
jobless
validation of
claims.
novel
That's
clinical
exactly
trial
as
assay
expected.
together with
There's
precision
no panic.
for medicine at World
There's no
Clinical
reason to
Biomarkers
panic.
that
And that
Citizen
actually
National
took the
Papa
market by
Hotel,
surprise just
SOPH.
now. And it is now being
Zeta.
bought back
APLD.
up. Everyone was
APLD
expecting
applied digital,
doomsday,
raising
and they
$160
were
million
moving to
of funding
gold and
from NVIDIA and
getting
others.
safe
That
and
from the Wall Street
getting
Journal.
careful before the market opened
APLD.
with
APLD.
these numbers, and they didn't need to. So that's pretty remarkable. That's great. Very interesting. That's one thing we wanted to see. Nice. Yes. Back to East. Perhaps.
LUCY, Innovative Eyewear, secures distribution deal for Gulf
Zeta.
Cooperation Council countries.
CTOR.
That's Lima Uniform Charlie Yankee.
So long story
LUCY.
short, I'm going to be back in 30 minutes at 9. The stream's going to keep going right now. The stream keeps going. But I'm going to step away since I'm on top of all
VOXX.
I see all the opportunities. I'm even in one right now.
Box
That's
International
East,
announcing
EAST.
successful sale of its domestic accessory business and sale of
And
its general
I'll
and
be
energy
back in
brands for
30 minutes to check in on
$28 million.
things. But we look like we're fairly on top of everything here.
That's VOXX.
Nice reaction from the market.
Roku.
Watching East.
TORO.
This is Mod,
Toro.
another one. Visa from yesterday, and YYGH.
TTC.
And there's the market with its
Toro
nice
reporting $1.18.
reaction. Knock on wood, hopefully it holds. I'll be back in 25 minutes.
The
stream
estimate was
remains live.
$1.22 for Tango Tango Charlie. Toro cuts its
Roku.
2024 adjusted earnings due to $4.15 to $4.20. That is Tango Tango
Roku.
Charlie. VINO, Gaucho Holdings, Algadon Fine Wines expands U.S. distribution network with Barrel and Wines. That's Victor India November Oscar, VINO.
WEAT. East.
SBSW.
APLD.
Hoth.
FFIE. APLD. APLD. APLD.
MNKD TLRY rig gold
APLD,
IREN gold
APLD,
INDP UPS
APLD, FYBR,
AMC AAPL
East,
INDP UPS INDP TLT INDP
SOXS,
TLT gold TLT
APLD,
TLT UPS
NVD,
TLT
East,
TLT TLT
APLD,
UPS UPS
East,
UPS Googsol TLT
East,
SHC
APLD, APLD,
Hoth
Hoth,
ATYR
APLD,
CTOR PYXS UPS
APLD,
LSTA
SQQQ, APLD, APLD, APLD. APLD. East.
MFIN.
APLD. 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 East. East.
NEM.
East.
TLT.
Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 12.75. The Dow futures down 14. Nasdaq down 98. Crude is up 59 cents at $69.79. Natural gas is up 3 cents at $2.18. Gold is up 26.10 at 25.5220.
Oil.
Bitcoin futures down 1,695 at 56,660.
FFIE. FFIE.
CNFR.
APLD Applied Digital
APLD.
shares hitting $4.59 now.
AAL.
Wall Street Journal reported that the company raising $160 million in funding from
APLD.
companies including NVIDIA, NVDA.
MODD.
TLT. 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 CNFR. CNFR. HL. CNFR. INZY. CNFR. RIG.
NVD. MODD. APLD. APLD. APLD.
NSSC,
FFIE.
Credit Circulating a Short Report, November Sandy Charlie,
HOF.
CNFR. CNFR.
APLD. APLD. East.
Fuzzy Panda Research says NAPCO Security Technologies former
FFIE.
employees alleged accounting fraud
Wolf.
cost
YYGH.
lapping one-time sales boost. That is November Sandy Charlie.
TSM. Wolf.
HOF.
CNFR.
CNFR.
LQR House reporting
Hoff.
540% year-over-year revenue growth in August.
ASTS. Coin.
That was out on
Wolf.
Wednesday.
Wolf. INTRT.
HOF.
AI.
LQR today announcing marketing partnership with Higher Celebrations for the Hot Shot. That's Lima, Quebec, Romeo.
CNFR. RENFR. HOF.
HOF.
ASA. CNFR.
CNFR.
XOM, Exxon Mobil.
CNFR.
Exxon targeting 15%
CORD.
in returns from $20 billion in low carbon business. That's X-ray Oscar Michael. That's a comment from an executive reported by
BNRG.
Reuters.
BAC. Wolf.
ExxonMobil is presenting today.
CNFR.
HOF. IREN. CORZ.
CNFR.
BAC. HOF.
CNFR.
AMLX. CRKN.
Hoth,
Hoth. Rio.
Hoth,
Hoth.
Hoth,
CRKN. Hoth. LIXT. VOXX. CRKN. AGMH.
TSLL,
QUBT.
FFIE, FFIE, FFIE,
PPTA.
WISA, WISA, WISA,
PPTA.
East,
MNMD.
East,
Fro.
WISA, AGMH,
CSCO.
Hoth, East,
Roku.
Hey guys,
SHBH.
get a coffee refill there, which I normally don't do, but my wife wasn't gonna drink her half
Hoth.
of the pot, so I'm gonna drink it.
Roku.
We'll be extra sharp this morning.
Hoth.
Hoth.
Marcus, are you in? Are you here? Can...
Rio. Hoth.
All right, let's see if there's anything new. Oh, and the final reaction on the market
Hoth.
MPW.
to the jobs numbers is kind of still getting put in, but it looks
EPLD.
positive. Settling in a little bit higher, essentially. That's
EPLD.
positive, and I think that'll create a positive mood going into the open at least.
APLD. APLD.
Yes. All right, great.
APLD.
Today is trading day number 249. The market opens in 32 minutes.
Hoth.
I've been
APLD.
live
APLD.
since 7:41. Been live for I don't know, roughly almost an hour and a half. The market opens in an hour. It opens in half an hour. So I'll have been going 2 hours before the market even opens.
IREN.
And the reason for that is to try and find
APLD.
any small caps to trade or get into around 7 o'clock when a lot of the platforms open for trading.
APLD.
But actual pre-market trading begins at 4 a.m., but only a select few brokerages offer that. Webull is one of them,
APLD.
and IBKR, the primary. I
APLD.
believe Webull probably licenses their brokerage from IBKR. A lot
APLD.
of them do. Like I think Robinhood. You'd be surprised.
Rio.
It's all IBKR. Really, in the end. But anyway, we're not allowed to trade before 7 a.m. on Thinkorswim on Schwab. Yes, which is stupid. That is really lame. I guess we can now say that Schwab is lame because of that. It really used to be TD Ameritrade, but now we can make it Schwab's fault. To continue, to disallow us to trade before 7 a.m. And believe me, it makes a difference. You get in a hot stock, and it was hot in after hours or something yesterday. By the time you can trade at 7 a.m., it may be back to the price that it was at the day before, but from 4 a.m., it may have skyrocketed and tripled
Roku.
and then sold off.
Roku.
So, yeah. Anyway, I'm here for at least 7 a.m.
SHC.
trading,
Pro.
which is 2.5 hours before market opens. So that's a decent
APLD.
leg up.
Rio.
I don't trust Robinhood. Never sells your position on time. Yeah.
FFIE.
One of the things you have to remember,
FFIE.
or you should realize, and you should always remember, is that none of the brokerages are actually doing trading.
APLD.
That gets settled later. That's called settlement. T+1 settlement.
APLD.
They have 1 day to settle up transactions. That's something they do behind the scenes
APLD.
with wherever they need to settle that if it's not internal. So what I'm saying is that
FFIE.
yeah, what I'm saying is that Robinhood, Webull,
FFIE.
Schwab, Thinkorswim, all these different brokerages, you're trading
FFIE.
with other member traders.
Rio.
in their platform. You're not
APLD
actually
Applied Digital out
exchanging
with a press release now announcing
contracts
$160 million
externally
strategic
outside
financing.
of that bank,
That's
outside of that
APLD
brokerage,
Applied
with the
Digital.
other brokerages, back and forth. Like, really, what you're doing is they're simulating you
And she,
trading
they're,
the trade
says
that you
we're
want to
proud of our
trade
strong
based on the
relationship with
actual
NVIDIA.
global data. I mean, the feed you're getting is one that is between all the exchanges. But what they try to figure is, by the end of the day, how much of that
APLD,
can they settle
49.3
internally
million shares at $3.24 per share
between
as
other
reported
members
earlier.
of the brokerage, so therefore they can still charge you fees, but actually didn't
That's
cost
Alpha
them
Papa Lima
anything
Delta.
because it never went outside their, par on
PSTX,
par.
Poseida
By the
Therapeutics,
time all the trades
initiates
have been settled,
PBCMA
maybe
ALLO1 phase 1b
60%
clinical
of
trial
them
in
could be
patients
settled
with
within the
multiple
firm.
myeloma, generating $20 million in
And so
annual
it's at,
growth.
no extra real cost to them.
East.
They don't have to pay
That's
external
Papa
fees or
Sandy
anything.
Tango X-ray.
And 40% maybe
APLD.
does have to be settled externally. So this is
LYV,
why,
Live Nation,
we still don't have T plus 0.
competition in markets.
It's because the
CMA
brokerages are
opens
raping you
investigation into Ticketmaster. That's Lima Yankee Victor.
by
LYV.
they're hoodwinking you. They're fucking you over, making it look like you're trading when actually you're not actually buying such and such
OPTN,
shares of Apple.
Optinos
If you sell it
announcing
the
new
same
peer-reviewed
day,
data highlighting benefits
you
of
never had it.
implants in
It was
chronic
just pretend that you had it
sinusitis in patients
in the
with or without prior
brokerage.
sinus surgery.
They pretend it
That
for you to
is
have it.
Oscar Papa Tango
And if by the end
November,
of the day you still
OPTN.
have it,
APLD.
then they settle that up with other firms. They go through a settlement network.
APLD.
CRDO.
That does have its pros and cons. No, actually, it's all cons. It's a pros for them.
Mag.
The cons for us are that literally what could happen is the brokerage could say, in the end, we could not find the shares that you bought. And unfortunately, this has happened to
SHPH.
me even. Could not find the shares that you bought and traded today. So, good for you. You get to keep your gains, but unfortunately, you no longer have that position. Stuff like that. So, if you think you're actually trading, think again. See, because if people can just settle all their trades internally, by the end of the day, that can all be done inside of the same firm between users. Like, let's say me and you, or all of us here, are on Thinkorswim with Schwab, and we're trading the same stock today, and we're day trading it. We're just handing pretend number changes between each other. As far as the
APLD.
brokerage is concerned,
APLD.
they don't have to actually trade those shares until T+1 settlement. Then they have to,
Roku.
settle up. So,
Roku.
what were we talking about that made us start that? Oh, don't trust Robinhood. So, Robinhood was one of the most egregious ones. But I'll tell you what you find even more egregious use of that technique is currency trading firms, FX trading firms.
HOF.
All brokerages
APLD.
do that because they can.
WISA.
Part of the T+1 settlement window.
W.
They take advantage of that window.
HOF.
Within certain bounds. If a stock is super hot one day and it's beyond ordinary, then
Roku.
they may have to
HOF.
be settling more in live time.
VLCO.
But if it's just an average day,
Roku.
there's no difference between yesterday and today and the day before, and everything is just moving along, something like Apple or something like that, there's some flexibility there. And so on Robinhood, they go even further because they'll say like, you know what, we can't even let you trade that right now because if something should happen, we don't even have enough money to at the end of the day settle that up. And that's happened before. And so they have to halt trading because they can't actually, they don't have the money to back up however many people are buying, you know, because it's all fake until the brokerages actually pay for it. Except for like direct brokerages like IBKR. But Robinhood is not a direct broker. So it's an indirect broker. So they have that kind of situation upon them.
East.
I've been trading for 25 years, and there's not been a lot of changes as far as the mechanics and the engine, the underlying engine and the mechanics of all that. But it's taken me even, you know, lots of time to learn about all those secret black market backdoor systems that are going on. I don't run a brokerage. If I did, I would know, you know, a lot more than I do. Okay, I don't know everything about all that. So you can research that more. There's a lot of stuff about that. But for example, I applied to be a financial advisor at a
SHPH.
brokerage that was smaller, boutique,
East.
offshore, and they were asking me to do
SHPH.
algorithmic, find algorithms internally which could exploit the internal trading that is going on between members. In other words, the money passing through. In other words, so what I was being requested to do was to find arbitrage between trading, like as sort of the middleman. But the ironic thing is, inside
SHPH.
of all the member traders of that brokerage. So in other words, let's say there's a million traders at that brokerage worldwide. The company would be creating a trading algorithm to exploit arbitrage moments between the traders. In other words, taking money from the traders internally before trades were, I mean, technically it's before trades were even finally executed. You know, they'd open a trade, then someone else wanted to open a similar trade to match it, and it, you know, between the bid and the ask, it needed to be matched. And then somewhere in between there, an algorithm to take advantage and give the other person a worse price than you're actually getting. You know, that's Robinhood does that as well. And then you're making split pennies.
The information.
And the meanwhile, you know, the end user doesn't care if they're off a penny.
Huawei facing at least 2 months
but you're making, you know, 4/10 of a penny a billion times a day. It makes a difference for Robinhood. It makes a difference for the brokerage. You know, you don't even feel it. You don't even know it exists, frankly, as an end user trader. But anyway, they call, in some sense, those are called dark pools because it's a pool that's like not reported and is settled amongst themselves. That's a dark pool. Have you ever heard of dark pools? That's what a dark pool is. And there's lots of dark pool companies out there so that people can make money on the same trades that everyone's trading, but simply by doing it off grid, off the exchanges. So they're making the same exact bets with other people who are happy to make the same exact bets, but the other side of it with you, and it becomes its own liquid pool of tradable marketplace. It becomes its own marketplace, except it's off grid and it's off the exchanges and happening, and they're settling all that amongst themselves. And that'd be that's what's called a dark pool. So there's
SHBH.
trades going on that aren't even official. They're unofficial and trading amongst themselves. It's kind of like, think of it as like sort of a side bet or a side market. But there's, probably now there's hundreds of dark pool marketplaces. And they're called dark pools. You can kind of think of them as the black market of the stock market. And I Thinkorswim can show the transactions of some of those dark pools. For example, this spike here. Oh, you can't see it because I'm not sharing my full screen, but there was an upward spike on SPY at 8:30, right when the data came out, and it wasn't just the movement. It was a dark pool spike. You can see dark pool spikes in pre-market a little bit more easily, but that's only because Thinkorswim have no transactional history that you would be aware of in the trading of that stock. Good morning, Michael. I've been here since 7:40 a.m. Anyway, it's a very fascinating subject, and everybody should learn just everything they can about the markets. But trust me, you could never learn everything there is to learn. I've said that many times. There's so much to learn about the markets. And how much of a factor is that for you?
SHPH.
It's just good to know, right? I mean, how much of it doesn't really affect you too much. So, but go down the rabbit hole a little bit. Look on like YouTube. Look for dark pools, stock market dark pools, or stock
CNFR.
dark pools, and just learn. Like check out if there's any good videos that look like there's any good videos there, and watch them and learn. I know there's one that I watched years ago, which was very fascinating. About this is not so much a dark pool, but it was about a market maker, and I think he was called something like Overlord or Shadow Overlord, Dark Overlord, Dark Overlord, Dark Shadow Overlord. And he's a market maker, multimillionaire, but he would be a person on these penny stocks who would be participating in the hyping, pumping, price manipulating, and dumping of penny stocks. And in many cases, he'd be contracted and hired by a firm that was indebted with doing something like that legally for the company, because the company would like to start, like a pump campaign. They wouldn't call it that. They'd be like, we would like to put out a bunch of press releases because we need to meet the minimum requirements of $1 to stay listed on NASDAQ. And they're like, okay, sure, thank you, we'll do that for you. What are some of the things we could talk positively about your company about? And they mentioned this, this, and this. Great, we'll furnish those press releases. Now they go and they contract this Dark Overlord, whatever his fucking name is. But that's not part, they're not, I mean, they may or may not be aware of, the company may or may not be aware of Dark Overlord, but they are hired by that in between company, and that company then is used to aid in the successful pumping and dumping of the hype, if you will. You shouldn't be unaware of that stuff, in my opinion.
MODD.
But how much do you need to be aware of it? I mean, you still need to know your strategies and what pivot points are and patterns, and when a breakout is happening and when a dip is happening and when to buy the dip and when to sell and when to swing trade this or that. I mean, see what I'm saying? Like, it's down in there somewhere in useful stuff that you should know.
75 cents. The estimate was 53 cents. Sales of 41.786
but it's not everything.
million. The estimate 39.
But you should, go check it out, and you should learn that stuff so you're not in the dark about it, even though it is something that happens in the dark. You want to shed some light on the dark side. Okay, looks like the market is perking up, and S&P 500 possibly, let me see, seems relatively stronger than the Qs, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Okay, so that means growth is a little bit weaker still. Growth is not leading still. Value is, but both, and that's just by a micron of difference, though. Excuse me. And the market, however, does seem to be just overall positively reacting to the jobless claims numbers this morning. What was happening was the market was selling off and selling off before the jobless claims numbers came out, because there was some ADP unemployment information or something that was released, and that was a bit negative. So they're like, oh, great, shit's really going to hit the fan when the jobless claims numbers come out. It's going to be much higher than expected. They expected 227,000 jobless claims, and the result was 227,000 jobless claims. So in other words, it was in line. And so everyone was surprised. So the market moved up and is now essentially,
secures 3 orders from law enforcement
what would be
in
the
Germany
word?
and Switzerland. That's Sandy Yankee November X-ray.
Like, I want to say settling in.
Hoth.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of another word right now. But there is some other word I'm trying to think of. But anyway, it's sort of settling in nicely. I guess you could put it that way. It's settling in nicely. So it's found the silver lining this morning, and realizes that it was overreacting. Now, that said, once that's all squished out, drained out, like what you do with like a washcloth, and you squeeze it, and once that's all worked out, this jobless claims equalization here in price, then you still have all the other factors in the world and in the markets and in the business cycle and everything, and economically bearing on the market. So we could still have a red day, but it might not be the cause of jobless claims. Like yesterday, apparently it was to do with Nvidia
WISA.
being under fire. And today, expecting some continuation of that. But I mean, like, every day it's different. Every day it's something else, And so you can never really just absolutely de facto know which way things are going. But that's why you got to look at trends, because the bigger forces are longer lasting forces. The bigger forces are longer lasting, and so you can see those sentiments on longer time frames. So when you go to QQQ, that's why when you see, since
ASTS.
December of
Watch the spread.
2022, all of last year, 2023, and all of this year, you see this just upward general price improvement going on in the market. So that's reflective. That's what you have to read. The bigger picture. You can't go, yesterday was red, today was green, or the day before was red, and yesterday was green. Therefore, we stopped going down. And now we're going to go up. There's some percentage probability that may be the case, but there's plenty of times where a green day is just a little pit stop in the road before continuing down. And that's why you got to look at the bigger picture. So then you go, okay, well, for the last 2 weeks, we've been going down. So maybe we're going to keep going down. For how long? For a few years? No, because you're only talking about the last 2 weeks. So you start to look at the bigger picture. You go, okay, so what have we been doing for the last few months? Well, we've been kind of range bound with higher lows. So that's kind of an uptrend last few months. And then you go, okay, well, how about the last few years? And you're like, oh, well, now we're really talking, up, 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 up. So I can't necessarily tell you that today's going to be a green day just because jobless claims report overreaction was met with a surprise to that it was overreacting. There could be other factors, and we'll just have to see. Now, what I can tell you is that yesterday's green day is something I bet on. I bet on the
APL.
fact that
FRGT Freight
we gapped lower
Technologies,
and
revised
then
its full year
reclaimed the
2024 revenue
low
forecast, now
of the day
projecting $15
before.
to $20 million.
That is a
APLD.
signal,
Foxtrot Romeo
which is a
Golf
bullish
Tango.
signal, that is right between 60 and 70% of the time. It's about
APLD.
2 out of
Ford
3.
August total vehicle sales
And that's
APLD.
enough to
in the US
be
of 182,000,
bettable.
985
That's a 2 to 1
units.
situation. So it's enough to bet on that information. And so
That's letter F.
that's what we did. Is yesterday
APLD.
we went ahead and tried to find some opportunity to get in, and we did. I got GitLab. Obviously, was having a huge day.
APLD.
Yesterday, I don't remember if it was yesterday, but I think I bought TSM as well, and possibly one other larger stock for the potential that this could be the low, and then we could be moving up, and it's just a swing trade essentially.
FFIE.
So it was a little bit of a green light signal yesterday on the market. Now today, it could turn out to be the 1 out of 3.
FFIE.
It could turn out to we're going to continue another big red corrective day.
FFIE.
I don't know. So we will see. We have 7 minutes till the market opens, and that's why you watch the market all day and you just sort of do what you can. Obviously, if something's green, and the VIX is super low and it's like 12, and you find yourself a signal on something in a pattern, you should probably go for it because educational purposes, by the way,
APLD.
not my financial advice, but
Assistant.
because it probably is going to work out. You see, just the probabilities are in your side, and so you can take the risk depending on the risk reward of that particular situation. All right, so anyway, this morning I am trading East, which has moved
APLD.
super high. It's around a 300%
Assistant.
gainer. If it sells off, it probably is a buy around
Assistant.
220, around this area here, 2
APLD.
to 220, 2 to 220. It could be dip bought right in that area if it sells off right at the open in 6 minutes, which it could do, and it's likely to do.
APLD.
And then it probably would settle in. That would be a good probability to attempt that it might settle in or get dip bought around
APLD.
220, 210, because that is the area that it might fall back to and find some support,
APLD.
because it did so in pre-market more extensively. If I put up, what do they call it? TPO, volume based on price. Let's see if I can get one up here.
APLD.
You probably would see 220 be the level. I think it's called TPO or TPO. Time price opportunity. Yeah, market profile. So look, I'll slap this one on here. I think it's analyzing. Or shit, maybe it just doesn't work on intraday. I'll try another one. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, look at that. See that big spike right there? 219, 220. So exactly what I was telling you is that's probably the area where if it drops down, it will dip to. It will find support. And if it doesn't, then that's probably a negative. It's not a good sign. I'm in it with a stop to $1.80 already, and I've taken some profits. So we will see. I don't know what this. It doesn't normally look like this. I think there's all kinds of letters and gibberish here, but you can see the general idea. Is it's showing you the volume, the number of trades, how much time it's spent trading at certain levels, and that tells you where there's a lot of liquidity and a lot of interest. So it seems to be 220, just like I said. Now you can watch the level 2 down here when we get to 220 to see if on the bid side you have a
APLD.
ton of size coming in compared to the ask size. Right now that's happening
APLD.
already, so there's buying
APLD.
interest going on to the second right now. But yeah, I want to get rid of that
APLD.
thing because it looks kind of difficult to read. But there you go. It's called TPO volume profile.
ASTS.
What happens with this one? I just added a different one. See if we can get a different visualization.
ASTS.
To mark off the 220 level. I think it's calculating. Maybe it doesn't work.
SHPH. WISA.
Yeah, I think this one doesn't work. Could it really be taking this long?
ABUS.
WISA.
IOBT.
Called volume profile. Volume profile. There's one with 10,000 users. Look how quick that came up. That was nice. Volume look back depth 200. That's not enough. How about 1,000, the maximum? Yeah, so you can see a pretty thick area, 215 to 225, with a full spike at 218 in the profile there. I'm just looking at the parameters here. Number of bars, volume look back depth, number of bars. Oh, 500 is the maximum. Okay. Bar length multiplier, bar horizontal offset.
SHC.
WISA.
Yeah, that puts it off to the right a little more, so it's a little bit more easily read. We'll just keep that there
APLD.
for a little
WISA.
while. But the east seems to be what we're going after this morning. There's an opportunity on the east potentially for a dip buy at 220, or for it to just run. We'll see what it does. And then at the end of the day, you know, we got to keep an eye on it all day. It could provide a midday trade. It could provide at the end of the day a swing trade entry. So we'll see. And we have 1 minute before the market opens.
APLD.
You posted your gains, Bob.
CPNG.
On track for another payout. Fire.
ASTS.
All right. Okay.
CPNG.
45 seconds. CPNG mod. We were watching a couple of names, but that's the one that's perked up the most and has the nice, most solid above WAP looking
SHPH.
trading going on, and it is the biggest gain, and it appears to be the
SHPH.
highest volume pre-market as well. Yeah, it is the highest volume thing going on the market this morning that is up the most, that combination.
SGLY.
All right, 15 seconds to the market open. Oh, class tonight, by the way, guys. Don't forget.
SHPH.
That'll be over the Zoom
SHPH.
for members only.
SHPH. SHPH.
That extension is drawing some interesting lines. I think they're the high and low lines or something. Yeah.
SHPH.
After 1 minute has traded, if it breaks the upside
SHPH.
of that minute, that could be an entry on East, but certainly a good entry would be above 280. And then again, we could end up doing a dip buy at 220.
SHPH.
And look at the bid and the ask side. Look at the size. Right now, the ask side is bigger than the bid side.
SHPH.
So supply demand, that's selling pressure.
HOF.
SNEX StoneX Group says on August 28th, board authorized for a FY 2025 repurchase of up to 1.5 million shares of common stock. That's Sandy November Echo X-ray.
Okay, we are getting some sell-off at the moment. So I'll flatten out and I'll prepare to dip buy at
East.
Potentially 220. Or when we see flooding on the bid side.
East.
BNRG.
I'd like to do is I'd like to make it a market order.
COS.
Speed.
Watch the spread.
Okay, right now it's
CODX
equal fight, a little bit more on the ask.
CODX.
Okay, all that noise and gibberish coming from the squawk. Is the market open? It is. The squawk is delayed. but
ATNF,
I'm not delayed.
WNR,
But then for you, I am
FFI,
delayed.
FFI,
I'm not delayed. I exist exactly when I
Shares
am.
of CODX getting a pump here on
But
that
you know, for
news.
you watching, there should be some delay of even me. I existed like this a few seconds ago, a minute ago.
Results of analysis
I'm
show
no
Tesla
longer
returned full
circling my
reactivity
arms
against
like
impulse
this
strains
in reality.
circulating over the last year, including
CNFR.
21B.
Oh, okay, there
Tesla
it goes.
shares
It's
hitting
actually it's picking up
$1.51 at
CNFR.
momentum. I think we're
CNFR.
going to end up
on a circuit breaker.
grabbing it. There we
CODX.
go. Oh no, I set it to too few shares, so I was going to chip my way in. But there seems to be some momentum to the upside
Shares
going
up
on
51%.
east, so I'm back in.
GNLN, VRNT,
And yeah, I would
FFIE,
take around 279, take 10% off to exit.
GNLN,
And again, underneath 290.
GNLN,
A lot of GNLN
BFLY.
mentioned, but I don't
PTHL,
think that one
Teton
was really doing
Holdings
great. Let me
pricing
take a
their
look. Oh,
offering at
MOD, MODD
$4
is an
per
entry
share,
for
2.25
sure.
million
Let's go take a
shares.
look at that.
Is
GNLN,
Papa Hotel
I need to get
Tango,
a stop
Papa
sense
Tango
here.
Hotel
Okay,
Lima,
300 share,
PTHL.
200 shares
BFLY.
to start with, but probably 300 shares should be my size. Stop at 220. Funny, same
Dow
prices.
Jones Industrial Average
Entry
up
just now at
91 points after the open.
255, so that's 220.
S&P
That's
500
35
up
cents. So yeah, that's where I'm
2.55,
getting my
Nasdaq down
300 shares for
12.37.
$100 of risk there. All right, still going. I want to what? Oh, I have
BFLY.
no more ability to buy anymore. That's fine.
Coming up at 9:45,
Back to we want to watch both East and Mod.
the ISM,
So we'll go to this display over here.
PMI for August 51.3 is expected.
Now we're watching both. And for me,
SHPH.
on my system, I'm going to pull both those up
45
in a different view. YYGH failing out, and WISA a little bit failing out, which I may need to
SHPH.
get out of. And take a look at that right now on the daily chart. WISA, how that's getting
East.
put in. Okay. I believe I just got, what was that? An exit somewhere. Oh, I think I just got my
MODD.
first exit on East.
EAST, Eastside Drilling getting another pop here.
You can hear in the squawk.
255.
It's all about East and MODD right now.
Last night.
MODD,
EAST,
ASNS,
What was that last one? ASNS?
East.
East with a huge crackdown, which I don't like. I might want to just get out of it before it halts.
SHPH,
BFLY.
There we go. I'm all out. I do not like
MODD.
those kinds of rip downs because that could be manipulation. That could be
BFLY.
shelf offering work.
SHPH,
I'm out on East.
SHPH.
Now, Mod could do the same thing. We're still watching East because it could pick up again and break out, but I will be more gun shy on it because it broke down what signal to
VRN.
break out.
Big spread.
And so next time it breaks out, why would you get in if it's going to break down on a breakout? So
Hoth.
it's not supposed to do that. So that's a manipulation move, something going on, but it could also be a big player
YYGH, East,
BFLY.
punching the eject button into strength. Okay, that's not happening on Mod yet, although we have a 50% retrace, on Mod going on, but I did punch out of
DL,
East, so be careful there. Visa's finding some support. And East looks like this on the daily chart. That doesn't look good. I don't like the way East looks. Here's what Mod looks like on the daily chart. That looks good. We like green.
Hoth,
And when you learn more about candlesticks, it's obviously not that simple.
Hoth,
Hoth.
It's not just green or red. It's good and bad. It has to do with the open and the close and the prices moving up and that kind of stuff. And that's why green is good and red is bad. And it depends on if you're short or long, of course. But what you're really looking at is the difference between the open and the close, how much it's pushed. And so far, it's moved around a lot, but it's kind of dojiing. This is Mod. Mod is, it's not following through yet, and that can happen. And if it's not following through at the open, then maybe it doesn't have the momentum you see, and so then people start to get, cold feet. liquidate out, and that affects the price. If something's not going to go, why be in it?
CONL.
And so that affects the price. So
LGCL. NVDA.
you want things to go. You want
LGCL.
things to make moves. And of course, that even attracts more buyers, and the FOMO starts kicking in.
AHR.
Here's
CODX.
MOD moving up to about 20% retrace to the top, so it's getting really close
CDR.
on MOD
AHR.
to breaking out of the open market high. The pre-market high level is about 270, and then yesterday's high in after hours was 290 roughly. So 270, 290 are sort of key points that we want to see MOD break.
CODX shares
And we
resuming
don't want to see
trade
it
now.
break
CODX.
down.
Charlie Oscar Delta
Watch the
X-ray
spread.
after a
That will
circuit
be
breaker,
a
pulling back,
point in which
hitting
to
$1.58 at the high.
exit. That'd be a stop.
APLD.
The market is responding nice and
Company
strong, getting that
announcing,
follow through that we were sort of expecting.
Analysis of their
Now let me go
MPOX
check on my
test.
growth stocks and see how they're doing.
SHPH.
Yeah, they're doing good this morning.
CODX.
Let's see, sort by PL day, and we get Carvana with the strongest change.
Shares continuing to pull back
TSM
now,
and
$1.41.
Tesla, we're now at 24%
Charlie
max
Oscar
profit
Delta
on
X-ray.
Tesla.
LGCL. NVDA.
That looks like this.
SHPH.
Look at that. That's what I was expecting. The reason why we got in here was because I was expecting it to break over the long-term trend line. They call it mother of all trend lines,
MODD.
MOTA.
CGC.
Moat, rather. Instead of goat.
OPLG.
Moat. Mother of all trend lines. It's a big topside resistant trend line that was going on Tesla, which it did break recently, but then couldn't hold through the yen carry sell-off.
TSLT.
But now it's continuing, and we're going to be moving into earnings. And I think getting our 50% to 100% max profit on the put
VFL1.
credit spread of the entry yesterday is a real good possibility, considering sort of the multifecta
FFIE.
of things that I saw happening from here. You have the tightening up, higher lows, mother of all trendline break possibility yesterday, and now it has broken it. That's going to trigger continuation and momentum for some people that will buy based off of that. And so, yeah,
NVDA.
that is what's going on Tesla looking good. And then ER coming up as well, which, it ought to be positive, but it doesn't have to be. Certainly the last four
CODX.
ERs on Tesla were negatives. But it could be, one of these days it will be. And price, the market always knows best. The market's always right.
Shares of
And
NVIDIA
price, the
top
chart
here,
is
but
showing
NVIDIA now up about,
something's up
East.
over there.
0.8%, November Victory
APLD,
Alpha.
this is another one we need to look at doing something this morning. Paying attention. I get some of the exits we need to take.
Shares of NEO moving again here following their earnings report earlier.
Assistant.
November India Oscar up about 5.75%. That's NIO.
So that's about a 20% to $3 from
Assistant.
here. Possibly I need to put some more points in there.
MSTR.
And it might not get any of them. Might have to flatten out at a loss if this thing turns around and doesn't work out. If there's no momentum, there's no momentum. What can you do? Market's always right.
Alto.
Always remember that. Let's see. Looking through my stocks, I have a large move down on ASTS that I need to check out and make sure that I'm okay on. Yeah, it moved below my stop. So, okay, I'm going to get out of that. Well, let me take a look at, looks like on the intraday chart. Yeah, it's 4-point downtrend. So I will close that order. I will close that position rather on ASTS.
SHPH.
WHLR.
APLD.
Done. Nothing else really looking like it needs my attention. Everything else is doing
WHLR.
okay. Possibly GDC.
Assistant.
And you guys let me know if you see any other opportunities popping up. But I am looking at all my lists while I'm checking out these things. Yeah, no, this is
SHBH.
sort of healthy movement. I would have liked to have seen a break and push and run. It
Assistant.
possibly could be building up some more momentum.
SHBH.
LGCL.
On the other hand, ENTX looking good.
LICY.
No, not really.
CLAR.
Pulling back right now. Hopefully it finds some
SHBH.
support.
MSTR.
Coming up, the
AFRM.
S&P Global
PRTG.
Composite PMI for August, 54.1 with
Progressing.
consensus services PMI 55.2.
No fireworks really right
the
now at the moment.
consensus.
MODD, we're going to keep watching.
CRDO.
And going through the list, we have APLD, which we looked at and was no good. MOD, which we're in. Oh man, there's a big flush out. See? I knew it. I knew it. On MOD. It seems to be getting bought up for the moment, but that is definitely a precarious move that you do not want to see. And I have de-risked 25% of my position, but it does seem to be bouncing some now.
BNRG.
However, I will probably sort of checking in with my instincts, and yeah, my instincts say to de-risk a little more.
MSTR.
Okay, now I'm 50% out
APLD.
because of that sell-off moment on MOD. And then now that I'm 50% out, that's really cushioned any further
APLD.
movement.
AFRM.
So now I'm able to kind of watch it and see if it simply recovers, and that was just a one moment
BRCC.
eject button, or what that
APLD
was.
applied,
Looks like
digital
rates
hitting,
are down a little bit
intraday
more
high down
today.
of about
The Dow and
56%.
industrials are
Assistant.
deflating.
That's Alpha Papa Lima Delta, APLD.
That's a deflation sign. Base material prices are going down.
CATX.
Industrial
WLG.
prices are going down.
CATX.
And energy prices are going down. These are all deflationary, positive economic
Company announcing
results
$160
going on
million
in the
in
Dow,
strategic financing,
base
including
materials, industrials, and
from
interest
NVIDIA
rates on bonds.
NVDA.
So it appears that
APLD.
deflation
WISA.
is being front run right now and is expected / happening. So that's good. It has been happening. It's just it's a slow
AI,
process.
C3AI, moving off the lows here. 2014
But we're getting
down about
pretty much a stronger move and
12.5%
real
following their earnings report.
what's this word? Contrast in
ATPC.
stark
WISA.
contrast
Yesterday
to the market,
shows,
which is moving up. So
now
that's like a
$20.10.
clear as day signal
Alpha
WISA.
India.
that business market looking good, inflation looking good, coming down because the Dow is moving down, base materials are moving down, industrials are moving down, financials are moving down. Sort of like finally the moment. Rates are moving down. Growth stocks are moving up. We're about 75% positive on growth stock picks. Let's take a look at a couple of growth stocks here and see if there's anything signaling that we need to get into. Well, top of the list continues to be TEM. This is an recent IPO, and that's not really growth stock. This is more like a IPO, a momentum trading type of opportunity.
CNFR.
Anyway, that's not a signal today. Marvell. What I'm looking for is anything that looks like it would be great to be in because of how it's been previously.
S&P Global Services PMI.
And I don't judge that
August,
by the names. I don't care if this says NVIDIA.
55.7
I'm looking at the
versus
chart.
52 expected.
And
Composite PMI
WISA.
4.6 versus
I say no because there are
54.1
lower highs going on.
expected.
And then Tesla, we
S&P
already looked
futures
at.
getting a little pop
CNFR.
here.
We've got higher lows going on
Following that data
and higher highs.
42 now.
And Tesla has been turning around over the last 6 months.
Initially,
So, and the
moving higher.
cheat entry
Following
was
that
yesterday
data.
and today.
Then pulling
Today's still a
back bit.
cheat entry if you missed it yesterday on Tesla. NEO, no.
INTJ.
Assistant.
That's just down, down, down. GME, no. XPEV, No.
CNFR.
Avgo.
CNFR. WHLR.
No. What's going on CNFR coming through the
WHLR.
squawk?
WHLR.
Yeah. It's not going to be enough for me quite yet.
FCEL fuel cell at
What
the
did it say?
highs following their report from
WHER or something?
Charlie Echo
What
Lima,
was that?
FCEL.
WHLR, Wheeler. Yeah, I've seen this
Fuel
stock
cell
come up
shares up about
many
7
times,
3/4%
and
now.
it's never a signal. Let's see.
FCEL.
Yeah.
East.
AIXI.
What is the projected
Zhao I Corporation issues revenue
volume on
guidance
Wheeler? Let's see.
$73 million for FY 2024. That's
I'm just looking at penny stock at the moment
India.
here. It's not enough. It's just not enough.
That's
So I
AIXI.
de-risked that 50% on mod, but it is slowly reclaiming. But it's so slow. Fast down, slow up is not good. Fast up, slow down.
WHLR.
Pullbacks soft. East with a huge move up and now possibly halted. I might have missed it. Yeah, it's halted to the upside east as it's moved off of, get this,
East
220, which it only hit for a brief moment. Now, if we were just watching it, I would have caught that, but I wasn't watching it. But anyway, I was correct. The dip pullback to 220 was correct, and now it's halted at 292. So it was up to you whether or not you were going to trade it or not. Just because I'm not trading something doesn't mean something I said isn't going to still happen.
East.
So that was east coming into the 220 support zone that we looked at the volume profiles earlier on and found that 220 to be support. And it did, in fact, bounce perfectly off of 220, get back instantaneously to 240, and then come back down to about 226, bounce again, and start to move all the way up to 260, and now all the way up to 292 and halted. So that would have been a wonderful trade, a dip buy type of situation. So it must have been very brief.
WHLR.
But you could have easily have seen that, that whole 220 area was getting bought up, and you probably would have seen flooding on the bid side on the level 2. If you're a day trader, your level 2 is very, very key and important to help in day trading things. YYGH is now coming up.
WHLR.
Now looks pretty good. $1, about 20 cents of risk. It's about 500 shares for me. Oops, what did I just do? Did I put that order out? No. Okay. All right, just grabbed that for a risk to a stop at $1 on YYGH to see if we get some continuation on this right side positive movement, which looks like this on the main chart.
Wheeler REIT.
That looks interesting to me.
OBLG.
Oh yes, I remember this yesterday. I was looking at this yesterday thinking, man, I wonder if I should get in at 92 cents. But the thing is, it popped 3 times, and this was the third one. But I was thinking third time the charm, maybe. And now this continuation, happening right now, is definitely positive and good for it. So anyway, I'm in YYGH. Oh, there it goes on the squawk. And I'm going to bring that up on my active trader radar. This is another screen that I use. YGH. There we go. And let's see if I need to monitor anything else. I have one more open slot to monitor something. I could make that, let's see. I should probably keep an eye on GDC. Just make sure that's doing all right. Keep an eye on the health of GDC. It's sort of like monitoring different patients at a hospital. There goes YYGH up to 123. My first exits will be at 129. So I want to get an order in at 129. Ah, yes, bastard. I hate when the level. This ladder does that. 129, nope. 7. I need it to end with a 0. That could work. All right, let's see if we can find 129. Has to be a round number
How?
or it won't accept your order. All right, there we go. 129. It's at 126 right now. And I think the first pit stop is at 129, where it could break this bottom, and that becomes a bottom reversal, and it may become something that we hold for, like DSY, multiple days. Speaking of, let me just check on that, and yeah, that looks beautiful. See, like we bought it right after the first bottom there. It's an IPO. Look at this signature here, right? IPO, didn't do so well its first day. A couple days later, drops considerably, starts to bowl, and then we have a pop off the bottom. So I get in. Right, then it like kind of holds for a few days and then continues, holds, keeps going, it keeps going, and it's having a return to its IPO days, right? So now we go back over to YYGH, and look, there's a similarity. You have to know how to read chart. You can't just go like, oh, but it didn't have the this or that or a specific thing, this or that. It's not about the specific things. But in general, it's IPO'd, didn't do so hot on the opening day.
YYGH
Has bottomed, is bowling, and actually today, for the first time, even better than that other one, DSY on the first day. For today, for the first day, it's popped out of this pivot point here, and just on that basis is a bottom reversal entry. DSY was not even confirmed when I got in. It just was strong, that's all. But YYGH, I don't know what it is, and that's probably why it won't go too far. But I don't know what DSY is either, but I don't know. It's the 3-digit ticker names tend to do better, frankly, liquidity wise. YYGH is just, what was that again? You can't remember it. That doesn't help with it finding liquidity. It affects the number of people who can stay on the thing by whatever percent is not so easily to remember. 1 to 7%, maybe 5% of people have a trouble. So it probably won't do as well as DSY. But anyway, I'm in right now, and I'm not in for a day. I'm not in for a swing trade risk size. I'm in for a day trade risk size to a dollar stop, which is right here. Swing trade risk size, I would need to risk down to here, 71 cents. So we'll see what happens, though. By the end of the day, I might want to be in that. Keep an eye on mod, not looking good. It's falling over. It's folding over. Looking at the level 2, it looks okay at the moment. But at any moment, it probably is going to break down mod, and then we're going to have to flush it. All right, East has resumed for trading. It pulled back a little bit down to 260, but now it's back to 290. East has resumed trading.
East.
With a 220 stop, it's about 80 cents a risk to $3. 70 cents a risk to right here. Trying to figure out, do I want to grab it? Yeah, probably.
WISA.
For a stop at 220, I can get half my position right now while I'm debating it, and then grab some more if it suddenly starts to follow through. The level 2 is pretty strong and supported compared to the ask, you see? Buys are thick, asks are thin. Buys are five deep in market makers.
East.
Asks are also 4 or 5 deep in market makers. Okay, that's changed. At 293, we're at a new price now.
East.
All right, well, I'll cap off what I got with another 30 right there.
East.
And then now it needs to trade. It's moving back now. It needs to trade back and forth. Do its thing. I have my stop set at 220. If you can't hold that, it's over, because then it's a break to a new high and then a break to a new low. I mean, that's whiplash. No, thank you. So we'll see what it does, if it remains positive or not. The market, meanwhile, moving up. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Yeah, the market now moving up. Now let's see if there's any other opportunities. Yes, there is something. Well, we do need to take a look at Conifer to see if it continues. Too thin, too thin. And another one is OBLG. Also too thin.
East.
Enough volume. SPY, SPAI. What the hell is this? Is that really what? No, it must be this one. Safe Pro Group. Okay. Also extremely thin. No, thank you.
East.
But now when you look at the daily charts of some of these, sometimes you can get a different picture, so it's always a good idea. Well, first thing we see on SPY is that it's a recent IPO. So you got to keep an eye on that. It's interesting. For IPO trading, OBLG, the one we just looked at, what does it look like? It looks like it had a split recently and it hasn't been updated in their database properly or something. It's got some data anomalies in there. It really isn't doing much.
WHLR.
SOAR, this is one on our radar today that looks like it's not going to follow through.
WHLR. WHLR.
I'm in mod still and it's not really working out. I think I halved my risk on that. And I'm in YYGH. And we'll see if that follows through. It's 10 o'clock.
Coming up, the ISM
And
PMI for
you know, I
August,
have other positions from the other
51.3.
day, from the last few weeks. And there I have AGMH, which seems to be continuing. Okay, let's take a look. But there's nothing really, no notable fireworks yet this morning. 50% to my stop. Yeah. Keeping an eye on that and can de-risk that if need be. So that's the situation across everything. Top of the hour, a quick look at growth stocks because again, today is a nice green entry day on the market. Here's the market. It's acting nice and green today, following through on that signal from yesterday, and you're even getting an opportunity to buy things at yesterday's prices still. So that's pretty great. Continuing on with that, we got AFRM, which I'm already in a put credit spread, but if I'm already in one, then it must be pretty good, right? So this is a good spot today potentially to get a put credit spread on AFRM or swing trade, however you want to do it. Put credit spread's one way to go, much better than shares. We looked at Avgo a minute ago.
ISM non-manufacturing PMI 51.5 versus 51.3, the consensus.
Okay, we had some 51.5.3. We had some slightly better good information coming from
S&P futures
manufacturing
getting a pop here following
PMI,
that
I
data.
believe it is. So that seems to be instantaneously also positively affecting the markets. Yes, and that happened to positively, or I guess you could say negatively affect rates as well.
APLD.
So, but in general, now we're getting sort of everything moving up, except for staples, which is a defensive,
APLD.
and except for healthcare, which is a defensive, and except for utilities, which is a defensive. All defensives are down, so I expect value stocks are down as well. And yes, that is the case. Value stocks, no one wants to be in them because this is a time to be getting into growth. And you can see that clearly across the board if you look at all the sectors. It's clear as day if you look at the sectors. So that's something that you should always incorporate into your trading if you want to be a better trader, is to always have all the sectors on view and a couple of important assets like gold, oil, rates, crypto, Bitcoin, you know, and then the VIX and the dollar, and those kinds of things. Looking at the small caps chart, we can get a sense for how small caps can be reacting lately, and they're actually looking great, more well improved, you could say, over the last 6 months, performing better, relatively speaking, relative strength than even growth stocks, but by just a little bit. by just a little bit.
SAS.
So it means that small caps are in play, and mid caps are going to get some of that blending as well. And like
BFL1.
I've told you, Tesla is a good time to get in today, and growth stocks are looking great today too, as far as a signal goes. Will this be the lowest price you'll ever see looking back
APLD.
today? For today, hard to know for sure. But signals are
APLD.
signals, and with swing trades, you don't have to count on it being
AVGR.
the lowest price ever. Are we? Yeah, we've resumed trading on Wheeler. I'm going to try and get some. There we go. I actually got slightly more than I needed to, or should have, I guess I should say. So if this thing completely fails out, I'll lose 1.25 R somewhere around there. That's not too bad of a positional misstep. But what I'd like to
APLD.
do is therefore scale out some pretty quickly here on price improvement.
RSKD.
A little bit off right now at 249-ish. And then scale that position down to where I'm back to 1R.
AVGR.
But the market is moving along quite nicely.
East.
Quite nicely.
AVGR.
Mod, meanwhile, is kind of failing out.
WHLR.
And YYGH also had a very bad pullback. Is it halted down? No, but it doesn't look great. I'm holding through it. My stop is at $1. It's pulled back to $1.14 from my entry at $1.17.
DBI.
WHLR.
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 Level 2 looks okay on YYGH, but the price action does not. Like, it doesn't matter what the level 2 is necessarily if the thing doesn't look good. I'm going to de-risk 20% on YYGH. No, I just bought more.
WHLR.
I literally just bought more. No, now I got to
Hoth.
take that off and de-risk. Here we go. Hopefully I get a fill on that de-risk order. Otherwise I got to chase it down to de-risk.
DPRO.
The market's doing great. We need to see if we can find some other opportunities. TER we were looking at earlier. No, I don't like that one per se. It's not perfect. PODD. And I'm about 80% green on growth stock. So the signal is strong. PODD, yes, except, PODD, yes, it looks okay. Okay. It's like probably a 7 out of 10, maybe a 6 out of 10 as far as opportunities go. But I think the problem there is the options liquidity. It doesn't match well enough. Okay, I'm flattening out of GDC. Remember we were talking about that earlier. It's getting too close to my stop.
WHLR.
PODD. So looking for growth stocks, continuing that thread. COHR looks fantastic. So if you can find option liquidity on that to get a put credit spread, boom. COHR looks fantastic. Continuing on that front, I already am in Kava, but yeah, that's a signal on Kava for a put credit spread. And indeed, you can see it's flying right over my break even there. So I should be up some smidge to max profit there, maybe. I'm going to guess 17% to max profit. Let me go look at Kava and my positions and see what it says.
S&P futures now up
It's actually only up
21.50.
2% and oscillating. So it probably there it just hit -7. So it's probably up 10.
Now 20,
Yeah, it's oscillating back and forth.
23.25.
Carvana's not doing so good
Yeah, those highs are
overall.
VTA.
Yeah, it has pulled back from this. I ended up top ticking when I got my put credit spread on that one. Another one of the
PPTA.
downsides of
OBLG.
buying during extreme strength
OBLG.
moves
PLD.
when price is extended is you might be getting it at the top. Nice thing about the put credit spread is it's a lot more forgiving, and then once this thing starts to move up, it'll be very easy for it
APLD.
to move up and over my break-even line, which if it can do so halfway through the put credit spread would be at plus 50% max profit at that point.
OBLG.
So it won't take much for price to reverse on that, and the put credit spread system
WHLR.
factors that in.
OBLG.
OBLG. OBLG.
Why
OBLG.
OBLG.
OBLG is coming across
OBLG.
the squawk. I just want to make sure it's not doing something great.
OBLG.
I don't think so.
OBLG.
OBLG. OBLG.
WHLR.
Oh no, it's down here. Okay.
BRCC.
OBLG.
Very hard to see because of this data anomaly. Jeez. Let's try looking at it over here.
WHLR.
BRCC.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough liquidity. So good for it for moving from a low of 350 to a high of
WHLR.
450.
WHLR.
But there's just not enough people on it
PPTA.
to maintain momentum undeniably.
PPTA.
PHR
Donald
downside
Trump pleaded
momentum.
not
Okay.
guilty to
UPC.
charges in revised 2020
APLD.
election subversion indictment.
Okay. I wanted to double check if there's any new
WHLR.
opportunities.
That's
You
record
got to stay on top of that because you never know when something's gonna pop to the fore. Like this one, Hoth
PPTA.
CNFR.
looks good. Let me look at it over here.
APLD.
Looks great. Stop at 80 cents or more aggressively $1.05, which would be $1. So 40 cents of risk. I'll take the
SEPD.
dollar for starters. The
APLD.
dollar to risk.
APLD.
Which allows me to have 200 shares, but I don't think I can get that many based on how much cash I have available. Yes, I do. Okay.
CNFR.
All right. So I was able to get a full position on it. And actually, it's only
LTC.
about
RS
40 cents
APLD.
LICY.
of a risk unit. And so I can get 250 shares. Okay. So
L.
as it pulls back here,
APLD.
which is what it's doing,
NG.
I will wait
LICY.
to see if I can find a little bottom of the pullback moment. Oh, there's some flooding going on. 554 by 55. That's a pretty big
APLT.
APLD.
buying imbalance going on.
LICY.
And yet the price is going down. Are we looking at the same thing? Yeah, we definitely are. The level 2 in Thinkorswim is not entirely reliable. Dash Trader
WHLR.
is where you want to be if you want to be a day trader with the strongest edge.
Hoth.
I've talked about that many times before.
FULC.
Okay, there we go. So that's where I'll try and pick up
Hoth.
those other 50 shares. Boom, got them. All right. So that averaged me down to $1.36, and now I have the correct size.
Hoth.
Precisely, well, not precisely, 0.36 to $1 would mean I can get 277 shares. So technically I
WHLR.
can get almost 30 more shares here. So I'll put those as 10 increments, and if price were to come back a little more, I will
East.
grab up to 30 more shares. This is Hoth. YYGH is just still sitting there.
WHLR.
Mod is trying to curve up a little bit. You can see that here.
WHLR.
East is not looking happy at all. I think I'm
LRMR.
going to de-risk a little on that. On East.
EFSH.
The East is just a
WHLR.
kind of a nightmare, but not too bad. I mean, the way I've been handling it anyway is just fine. But East, kind of a
WHLR.
nightmare of a
EFSH.
back and forth. And usually that's a sign of
WHLR.
dilution and
WHLR.
manipulation going on. And it's something similar on Mod as well. And they're both very similarly priced and with similar results and action going on today. They might even be related. I don't know. I don't know. That doesn't change how it moves on the chart. And that's
WHLR.
what's most important. Doesn't matter what you think. You don't trade you don't trade with your ears. You trade with your eyes.
WHLR.
That's what I always say.
WHLR.
Ah, see, there goes Hoth a little bit more. I'll
WHLR.
try to get my extra share allocation I was talking about.
WHLR.
Okay, see, I can get just 10 more shares, and that would fill me up to the exact precise to $1 stop risk unit
WHLR.
that I'm looking for.
WHLR. PW.
Lisa just does not want to be doing too good today. Let's see.
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR more highs now $2.74.
WHLR.
162%.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Wheeler, going crazy. Didn't we get into that? I think we did,
WHLR.
yeah. Holy shahamole. Yeah, WHLR has moved. I might have
WHLR.
halted. It's slamming $3 there. We got in at 237.
WHLR. WHLR.
And I will take another piece out up here.
WHLR.
I don't even know what my gain is on that right now, but very nice. 27% gain, 31% gain on WHLR. Very nice.
APLD.
APLD moving.
PPTA.
APLD.
Wow. On WHLR. Very nice movement. Remember we were looking at that earlier. I think we might have been looking at it around $1.80. And then it
APLD.
halted around $2 or so. When it came back out of the halt, I picked it up at 237. Now it's at 327.
APLD.
So that's a very nice gain
ETUS.
of 38% now. Let's see, 42% gains on Wheeler.
LRMR.
WHLR.
At 337 is that now. I'll take another piece out right here. 336. If it hits it, because it's just pulled back.
WHLR.
And obviously I should put one underneath 4.
WHLR. East.
81, 386. Okay, I'll let that sit. Now let's go over to
WHLR.
Hoth.
WHLR.
WHLR.
Okay, East now moving up. It's a
WHLR.
whiplash on East is crazy.
WHLR.
Look at East
WHLR.
from the open. Down, up, down, up.
WHLR.
That volatility can be really good at the end of the day. But at the beginning of the day, it's difficult to
WHLR.
retain traders. YYGH with a tiny little up smidge move there. And de-risk a little bit into that up move,
WHLR.
considering that it has
WHLR.
done a 4-point downtrend off of the top on the minute chart.
WHLR.
Okay, we have a moment to get back and look at growth stock opportunities here. Maybe you know of some, Randy. I don't know if Randy's still watching. Maybe you have some names you've been stalking.
82 cents.
You know,
Now
let
at
everybody know
$78.03.
what you've been looking at,
Natural gas is
and
up
I'll take a look at it
7
and let you know.
cents
On,
at $2.22.
but I'm already in, you know,
Gold is up
10
$19.60
different names, including AFRM.
at
I think
25.44.90.
APP is another one that I'm
Bitcoin
in.
down
Yeah, APP looks
1405
great, and
at
that might be an entry.
56,970.
Yeah, today's an entry signal on APP for put credit spread on the growth stock pick APP for a swing trade.
European Commission said first.
If you'd like to learn how to do
WHLR.
put credit
vaccine doses
spread,
from
put
the commission
credit
arrived today in the
spread
Democratic
trading,
Republic of the Congo.
join our group, and over time you can learn that if If not,
East.
we can do private lessons. Let me double check that my Twitter went out properly this morning.
YYGH.
Nice. Wait a minute. No, it did not. 4. Oh, wait a minute.
WHLR.
Today's September 4? Oh, no, 5. There it goes. Then why does it say starting September 5th at 9 a.m.? And yet, oh, I forgot to hit cast on my Twitter. Oh, well. Oops. So does it think there's a live going out? No, that's good. I guess it stopped.
SQNS.
Shoot, I forgot to click the... I'm going to have to set an alarm. Remember to simulcast on Twitter.
WISA.
When 9 a.m. happens, I need to be simulcasting on Twitter by 9 a.m. I forgot to push the button. Oh, well.
WISA.
All right, SATS. Back to the Twitter feed now. Twitter feed can be very good if you follow the right accounts. From Kava, Marvell, App. App is actually in the top 10 picks
WISA.
this morning on my screener, and I'm already in it. But like I said, it's an entry today as well. Doesn't mean I'll add on. I have enough. I have the proper amount of risk allocated to app, and I don't want to allocate more than I'm supposed to and be overweight. BBio, I don't think so. No. Empower. Empower, yes. MPWR, if you can find a good option situation on it, put credit spread on Empower. Jimmy B Bio, ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch. It was a previous darling of the stock market. And now it's put in some lower highs. Looks a lot like Nvidia. Yeah. Yeah. So ANF and Nvidia both, very strong stocks that sort of are in a wait and see period in their life cycle now. What was that one that I just got into? Not just Hoth. There was another one. Oh yeah, Wheeler. Okay. Yeah, just making sure I have it up here on my radar. I don't want to lose sight of it. So Hoth and Wheeler, these are some other things we're in. It looks like I might need to get out of WISA from yesterday, but I'm still giving it another moment. So, but let's put Hoth right here, and the other one is
BOF works.
BOF.
Wheeler, just coming out of nowhere. By the end of the day, it'll be interesting to see how it ends up. I'm throwing some day trading technique at it. Okay, mod. Yeah, boy, just asking to be cut right now. It just dropped down.
Works. Hoth.
I'm just trying to see if it's going to get bought up from there or not. Before my stop.
WHLR.
But
Works.
Bad movement is bad movement. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and cut it. That's probably exactly when it's going to fly. This is the inner psychological debate that you have as a trader all the time.
WHLR.
I mean, so far there's no reason. I mean, I have some reasons to drop it, but considering that there's a possibility of it going up, I want to remain. I'm only at 50% risk on it. 50% of my typical risk. YYGH is moving up. See that here? YYGH. I have an order to sell some when it gets up to about 1.3. And it's getting close. Anytime I'm watching Mod.
East.
Other growth stocks. NTRA. Possibly take a look at that. Yeah, that looks great. Notera, if you can get it, positive PCS
East.
situation going on in Nuterra. That looks pretty good. This was a short I got out of recently. Palantir at a profit. Palantir,
East.
yeah, yes, it looks like yes. Palantir, definite yes. I'm already in it. Okay, Visa is bouncing. Visa, such a weasel. Rivian, take a look at that as growth stock. No, but Palantir was definitely a good signal. Roku,
BOF.
no. Palantir, Roku, Elon,
APLD.
no. Beely, I think it's a Chinese stock. Yeah, I'd be wary of it. And anyway, it's a no. Roku, KVYOS, Lumen, Hood. Hood. No. Although it looks kind of okay. Z for Zillow. No.
CNOB.
YYGH now with a pretty decent pullback. As well as Wheeler. As well as East. They're all pulling back hard right now. Meanwhile, the market is flying. Growth stocks good. And continuing on that
WHLR.
front and trying to find
PPTA.
decent growth stocks to get into. Let's see. First Solar.
CNOB.
Mod with a 1D.
WHLR.
Oh, yes. Definitely on Mod. Beauty. What a beauty. MOD. I don't have
East.
that one, so I'm going to go take a look at the option chain and see if it provides enough liquidity to get in. It
East.
doesn't look like it, guys. Not even close. Not even close. Nope.
East.
That would have been
PPTA.
nice. Mod. Meanwhile, I'm taking a look at MODD, the one we're day trading. It doesn't look like it's holding up on this little dropped pullback that it had done.
WHLR.
I'm just gonna de-risk 10% on MODD, what I have left. All right.
GOED.
SoFi. No. And then let's look at the majors. AAPL. Yeah, this is a good day to do a PCS on AAPL on Apple. So I will do
Assistant. Hoth.
TSLA at the highs now up 7%.
And I know the
That's
liquidity is fine
Tango
on that
Sierra
one.
Alpha TSLA.
And the 20 Delta. So I'm getting the 210, 205, October 18. 210, 205. If it provides the right to return. 72 out of
Assistant.
428. No, it
Hoth.
doesn't. It provides a 17% return on a 20 Delta. That is not good enough. And that means probably the options
PPTA.
IV is low. And actually is not that low. So I'm wondering if maybe a neighboring strike or expiration might come out better. Let's see.
PPTA.
Got that de-risk on mod. Let's try the 200. 205 is a 15 Delta. Could I get better than 15 ROC on that one? 51 divided by 3, 4, 49. No, that's 11% return. Does it do that? Yeah. So yeah, no, you can't get the right return on capital for the put credit spreads right now on Apple. Kind of strange considering it's at a 50% IV rank.
Hoth.
That means it needs to get to about a 70% IV rank before you can find a profitable put credit spread on Apple. All right, how about Netflix? I think I'm still in that trade. Or
MAR,
let's
Marriott
see.
CEO, says booking window in Greater China is currently under 3 days.
APLD.
I'm already in
Shortest he has
Netflix.
ever seen. That's Michael
But it
Alfa
still is a good trade for you guys. Put credit spread on Netflix.
East.
Others are Microsoft, which
East.
I don't think is in
BFLY.
positive situation. Yeah, it's just it's too much in question,
Flick.
the trend. Okay, I'm going to take a quick look at all my day trade positions. Hold on.
ULCC.
Okay,
WHLR.
everything seems to be
Flick.
teetering on doing okay. I'm looking for Wheeler
EPLD.
to make another move. Looking for East to make another move. Looking for
NVIDIA.
YYGH to continue to make a move. And
WHLR.
Mod, I'm basically mitigating
NVIDIA.
downside because it doesn't look too positive on MODD.
WHLR.
All right.
WHLR.
Okay, WHLR is coming through the Squawk Y
XCUR.
for the intraday. There we go.
WHLR.
Yeah, it's making progress. Good. And I believe I have
WHLR.
some TPs already set on it.
WHLR.
Yes, I have multiples. Okay, good.
WHLR.
All right, back to looking at growth stocks, the majors.
WHLR.
We already seen Nvidia,
Flick.
Microsoft, Apple, Netflix,
WHLR.
Amazon. Let me know what I'm missing there on any big caps.
WHLR.
Anything to look at? Okay, Amazon looks great. It looks like a cheat entry on Amazon. I want that, but let's see if the options provide. October 18 is 43 days to expiration. The 19 delta is the 165, 160. Oh boy, it doesn't look too good. 68 cents out of 432, 32 is 16% return. That's for a 19% delta.
IDR.
And so that is not giving you a return greater than the risk.
ODV.
And let's go look at the IV percentile is 42%. So this is also peculiar and odd on Amazon. So let me check some neighboring strikes. If I went up to the 26th delta,
WHLR.
which I really wouldn't want, but that would provide 1.03 divided by 3.97, 26% return. All right, that one is correct, but that would be 165 level. Yeah, I can dig that. Yeah, that's way down here. Oh, I'm getting that one. All right. Getting two of those right now. And that is the 165, 160. And I did not get a fill, but it's Amazon. It should fill. There it is. Did not take long to get a fill on that. So you heard it here first. Call out was Amazon. Put credit spread. October 18, 165, 160. Okay, I'm filing that into the right category here.
East.
SKE. LRMR.
It's just a
Natural
beautiful
gas,
green day on the markets.
13
Here's what it
BCF
looks
build.
like.
The consensus was 26.
It's already up and over yesterday's high. And yesterday was the secret cheat reclaim entry day that you really wouldn't be able to see normally. And that's because it gapped down and then reclaimed across the prior day's low
Flick.
as a green day versus a red day. It's a special combination, which said that yesterday was an entry day and a stop to the downtrend. So we got in a few things yesterday under that knowledge. And then today we're getting the follow through, and the economic reports have concurred. And so the market's doing what it wants to do, which is move into growth and speculation and out of value and defensives. And so staples, utilities, and healthcare are down because they're taking their money out of that and they're putting it into growth like tech, consumer discretionary spending.
East.
Neon.
That's most of it. Communications types of companies. That's where the money's going, into growth stocks, and as well as probably highly speculative small caps are getting some benefit, and mid caps as well. Actually, I'm not seeing small caps moving quite as much as just flat out growth stocks. So there may be a
VM,
differential between
59,
big caps, mega caps, and smalls and mids. In other words,
Foxtrot India Victor
the game
November.
on the mega caps might be game on again. This might be a day where all the mega caps are having green days. Let's go over to Netflix. Yes.
Shares of
Apple.
59 dropping to the
Yes.
lows 28,
Microsoft. Yes.
98, down about
Amazon.
2% now.
Yes. What did I miss?
Hoth.
Bear
Nvidia.
Cave says problems at 59.
Yes. And then we go to something mid cappy,
Said
and
Bear
we
Cave
probably will
believes
not
that
see
59
such a
management
green
is
day.
vying
Let's
to
pick
invest
something
in
mid
the
cap
company
that's
as a major AI
decent company.
user racing towards
Well,
irrelevance.
GE's an industrial. I was going to say GE. All right, anybody pick a mid cap. Let me know.
That's Foxtrot
I'm
India
just
Victor
thinking.
November.
And not too young of a company either. But okay, there's Tesla. That's sort of a mid cap, mega cap. Tesla's the freaking best looking entry signal on the whole market right now,
ESL1.
as far as liquidity and big caps and
HOTH,
being a
Hoth,
business goes.
said,
Tesla looks just wonderful.
expanding
We
clinical
are
sites for
at
HT001 phase 2A
35%
trial. That's
to max
Hotel
profit on our
Hospital
Tesla entry
Hotel.
from yesterday
RVPH.
already
HOTH.
today. By the end of the day today, or probably tomorrow, we'll probably hit an exit already in just two days of follow through. Ford. Is Ford a mid cap or a large cap? Well, anyway,
WISA.
Ford. Yeah, look, it's kind of red, kind of negligible,
WHLR.
not having a strong day. So that's an example. What about but that's kind of a new company, AFRM, and so is Carvana.
WHLR.
Robinhood's a little too new, so is Palantir. Zoom. Well, that's a tech company. Tech companies having Zoom's having a green day today, but
East.
yesterday when things were bouncing, it didn't bounce. So today's the
East.
first day, so it's lagging. So it is true. The mega caps
East.
are doing better today. Let's see if I can find a mega cap index.
WISA.
Apparently this is one. Yeah, it's having a green day. It's not quite the same. You would basically see it on
WISA.
QQQ. This is a little more accurate, even though it has all my drawings all over it. Take those off and you get a good view of it. All right, you guys, things are moving along just fine. We've settled in. We've passed the first 30 minutes of the day where you get the most volatility. We've latched on to winners. We've cut losers. We've de-risked here. We've did this or that. Lay's, I just got to take profit on that. Oh, yeah. Lay's is popping out now. This was something we got into a few days ago, I think. Looks like a week and a half ago.
East.
Back here, it's finally moving up and over and hitting our targets. And I just got my first profit target, just under $5 on that.
GTEC.
Got it at 420. So anyway, we're on top of everything, and I'm going to take my first break. The live stream remains on, but I just turn off my light and step away from my desk. I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks, everybody. Have a good morning to you. See you in a little bit.
APLD.
LRMR.
WHLR. CNFR. CNFR. BOF.
SPWH. Neon.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
Neon. LRMR.
East. East. East.
IVP. IVP.
East.
LRMR.
East. East.
SPWH.
BOF.
MSGM.
LASE.
LRMR. SPWH. How?
East.
IVP.
Crude popping to the highs now.
LRMR.
As OPEC reported earlier that it's delaying till October, delaying an October output hike for 2 months. That is was from Reuters earlier. Now getting a pop
East.
here again, up about $1.42, $70.62 now on
East.
crude.
Hoth.
IVP. IVP. SOAR.
Hoth.
SPWH. MSGM.
UVIX. ATUS. Hoth. WHLR. Hoth. WHLR. Hoth. WHLR. 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 WHLR.
QMMM.
WHLR.
QMMM. QMMM.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
QMMM. QMMM. QMMM.
BOF.
FOS.
FOS.
QMMM. QMMM. BOF.
WHLR. East.
QMMM.
East. East. East.
BOF.
East.
BOF.
FOS.
BOF.
Coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the crude inventories minus 600,000 expected, distillates plus 710,000, gasoline inventories a draw of
WHLR.
800,000.
VSE.
Coming up in 13 minutes
VSE.
at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
RVPH. VSE. IVP. IVP.
WHLR.
IVP, IVP, IVP,
WHLR.
VSE, Uru,
UVIX.
Uru,
YYGH.
VSE, VSE,
WISA.
VSE, VSE, SQNS, VSE,
SQNS.
VSE, VSE,
East.
VSE, VSE,
VSE. East. VSE. East.
LRMR, IVP, IVP, IVP,
East. East.
IVP, IVP, BOF,
BOF.
IVP,
WHLR.
IVP, IVP,
WHLR. WHLR. East. WHLR. East. East. APLD. APLD. APLD.
IVP, IVP,
APLD.
QMMM,
APLD. Hoth. WHLR. Hoth. WHLR. 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 WHLR.
Beam.
WHLR. IMRX. BFLY. Hoth. BFLY.
QMMM.
East.
Neon.
East. Hoth.
HCWB.
Hoth.
Woof.
BFLY.
BCDA.
MDAI.
White House says exchange of hostages and ceasefire deal has not been agreed to.
DSY is expected to resume in 20 seconds.
QMMM. QMMM.
Hoth.
QMMM.
VSE.
QMMM.
BFLY.
DSY,
WHLR.
Big Tree Cloud Holdings, are resuming now at $4.15, down
WHLR.
30%.
QMMM.
BFLY.
MSGM. VAR.
HOF.
You guys still with me? All right, cool. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened with Zoom.
HOF. 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 HOF.
MHUA. MHUA.
Coming up, crude, a draw of 600,000
MHUA.
barrels is expected. Coming up in just about a minute now.
BFLY. HOF. NVD. East. East. WHLR. FAS.
Crude, a draw of 6.873 million
Cressy.
versus a draw of 600,000 expected. Gasoline, a
WHLR.
build of 848,000 versus a draw of 800,000 expected. And distillates, a draw of 371,000 versus a build of 710,000 expected. So crude again, a much larger draw than expected.
WHLR.
Crude is off the highs now at $70.56.
WHLR. WHLR.
IDR. Cressy.
CNFR.
IDR.
UVIX. BFLY. BFLY.
IDR. 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 IDR.
Hoth. BFLY.
Okay, what do you say? Let's see if I can't figure it out. Let's see. So you drew your broke-even line on Summit, and this is a daily chart, okay.
IDR.
BOF.
And then, and yet, okay,
Neon.
can barely see the thing that you just showed me. In total, it's minus 8%.
IDR.
What if you bought the wrong thing? Let's see. You should have sold when it comes to puts. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just double check. Oh, no, you're okay. Okay. I thought you bought it upside down. Okay, you bought the higher put. I mean, sorry. You sold the higher put and bought the lower put. That is correct. And
VRA.
75, 57.5.35. The difference between 97 and 75 on entry was 22 cents. And currently, the difference between the bid ask of the 9 and the bid ask of the 8 is 22.5 cents.
APL.
It's just fluctuating. It's nothing but bid ask spread. Like
AAMC.
the bid ask spreads haven't moved apart
Neon.
enough to where I'm trying to, like, my hand is shaking trying to show
LGCL.
you this, but why can't I I'll just use some other fingers. Okay, the bid ask spreads when you started the position were like this,
Cressy.
and they're slowly drifting in your favor, but still the worst on the 9 and the worst of the 8 are still negative for you. Slowly they'll start to spread apart more, and then, you know, and you'll have good days and bad days where it'll be closer to the bid or the ask on either the put. It's slightly probably because of the lack of liquidity on SMMT. If you're here, Randy, let me know that you heard that explanation. Just say thank you or something so that way I know you got it. Wheeler just sort of dumped down the last 60 seconds here. Summit, I was just going to double check though. Let's see. Summit. Can I copy from the stream at the current time? That would be kind of cool. No, it doesn't let you do that. Fresh page, select stream, switch account. What? Okay. Randy, if you're there and you heard me. Yes, thanks. I'll go back to breathing again. Okay. Yeah, there's no problem with it at all.
EDL.
Well, I mean, you need more experience to know it, but a person, not you specifically, but a person who is well trained at this, you should know that based on that chart, everything's going okay. And the problem is the liquidity. And I'm looking at it now, and for example, today only 600 options have traded. So it's pretty low in liquidity. You picked a good one. I don't think you got that from me. That's a nice, good going. But the options liquidity is quite low.
SHPH.
And I can see you didn't get in on earnings date, so I mean it was sort of mid flowing. So
WISA.
the options liquidity on the date that you got it probably is similar to the
LRMR.
options liquidity
WISA.
in general that you could expect. And I think on that date, the only mistake you made was accepting low liquidity
East.
and sort of almost terrible liquidity. Like right now, the spread on the 9 put is 40% wide. Remember, I told you
WHLR.
don't get involved in things with spreads that are more than 15% wide.
East.
That was with regards to buying single options. But when it comes to spreads, I mean, you could kind of fudge that by doubling it because you're getting 2. So 30% between them. But here you have a
WISL.
40% just with 1. And if I were to like load this up, I can see that actually for some reason it comes across as 0. Oh, it looks like
East.
40, 60, 60, 90. Yeah.
East.
Oh, okay. Right now there's plus or minus 25 cents. Plus or minus 25 cents on the spread. And it costs 25 cents to get in. So it's 100% spread right now.
Woof.
And when you got in, I imagine it was close to that. So you made a mistake getting into
WISL.
this because of the liquidity, not because of the chart,
LRMR.
because of the liquidity, and you're suffering the consequences along the way. Now, as the thing matures more,
East.
it may get to where you're profiting and everything's looking beautiful as far as the profit goes, but it might be really hard to get out because again, it's quite illiquid, and all we can do is cross our fingers. So you will now see the reality of why you want to be picking things with a lot more liquidity. There's only 664 options have traded on the thing today. I try to tell you guys to, that of course, yes, you can make exceptions, but be careful. And this is why. But 1,000 or 2,000 options should have traded every day across the chain, minimum for anything. On that area there where you can see how many options have traded for the day at the bottom on the options chain area there with the information where it says total volume, you want that to be 2,000 or more. Now that's per day. In the morning, you might have a figure like 1,700. So then you can kind of estimate it's probably going to be over. But let's say it's midday or end of day when you're deciding and it's at 1,500. And you're like, well, is today just a low day or is today a high day? So now you have to go to Market Chameleon. That's where you go to Market Chameleon and you go to
WHLR.
IV or volatility page, and then you can see 365 days of options trading volume.
WISL.
And you can see kind of like, is the thing all over the map? Does it have consistently a minimum level, consistently an average level? Does it spike? What to expect? I mean, obviously the best way to be sure of these things is to go over to Market Chameleon and take a look at it there. Okay, I just noticed that it popped down to 17 cents. So right now, right before our very eyes, I believe you should be seeing a profit now. For a second there, now it's at 20 cents. You should be seeing a profit of 10%, I think, plus 10% right now. Right now at this very instant, it should be plus 10%. And for a minute there, 6 out of 22, it was up 25%. Right now it should be at plus 10%. So, this is just what happens when the bid-ask spread's completely whacked out. All right.
QMMM, QMMM, AAMC.
I'll be flopping all over the place. 3.2%. I think at one point it was up 7%. It might even hit 20% at one point. Yeah. Okay, Wheeler pulling back. Let's check my others.
ILPT.
Odd. Totally failing out. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and flatten out of that. Don't need that.
CNFR.
QMMM.
East does not want to do anything. Really don't like the way East is moving around. It might have a pop in it. And that's
VFL
about
1.
it.
Marriott,
Like, it's not going to have
CEO
a
speaking
big
on
rally
conference
and
call,
run and my
ticker
God and
AAR,
whoa, look at
Michael
it taking off.
Alpha Romeo.
But it might have a big
CEO
wow
says booking
pop
window in Greater China is currently
momentary.
under 3 days.
And at
as
that
short
point, I would
as he's
scalp
ever
out of it
seen.
myself. I'm in it already.
Says ability to
And
build
that's what I'm going to do
aggressive
with my
pricing
position on it
strategy
at the moment.
impacted by short
YYGH
booking window in Greater China.
is
Ticker MAR, Michael Alpha Romeo.
just same thing. Lack of progress. I wonder if they're related, East and YYGH. Certainly not mod anymore. Let's go the other way. Okay, my Visa trade is it's retracing from a little drop off.
East.
That's good. And then Wheeler. Wheeler's not looking great, but it's all slow pullback, which is nice. Fast rise, slow pullback. Can't say anything too terrible about it. These could be midday allocators, so we'll see later. Anything else come up in the meantime? Mod, APLD, SOAR, mod, these are all the same. AILE. AILE. Nope. Not
AAMC.
interested. Sorbiality East. All right, same thing. All right, I'll be back in a little
UVIX.
bit. Gonna have some breakfast now. Wife's cooking it up. Back in a little bit, everybody.
AAMC. UVIX. UVIX. SHPH. UVIX.
Seen a report from Bloomberg, Verizon, ticker VZ. CEO says Frontier deal will reduce customer
AAMC.
churn. Shares of Frontier currently trading down 9.3%. Verizon trading down 0.3%.
UVIX.
Alto.
AAMC. CNFR. AAMC.
CNFR.
CNFR.
AAMC.
AAMC. WHLR. 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 WHLR.
AAMC.
AAMC.
MSGM.
WHLR. 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 Rod. Big spread. Rod. Big spread. WHLR. Hoth.
Live 360 out with a press release now.
Hoth.
Live 360 launches advertising platform in the US with Uber as a key partner, offering privacy first targeting and teen account integration for transportation and food delivery. That's ticker LIF. And Uber, UBER.
WHLR. Hoth.
Ride.
Rod.
Shares of Ride Group, ticker RYDE, Romeo Yankee Delta Echo, getting a pop to the high of 10.2%, hitting a high of 1046, ticker RYDE.
Hoth. BOF.
LRMR.
BOF. Hoth.
INTJ.
Hoth. Hoth.
QMMM. QMMM.
WHLR. Hoth. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
INTJ.
Rod. Watch the spread. Rod. Watch the spread.
Ride.
Rod. Big spread.
Ride. Ride. Ride.
LGCL.
Ride.
Rod. Big spread.
Ride.
UVIX. UVIX. WHLR. WHLR. HOF. MODD. UVIX. UVIX. WHLR. East. UVIX. Shoals. East. East. VOF.
ASLE.
VOF. Rod. Big spread. Rod. Rod. East. East. VOF. East. Hoth. Rod. East. WHLR.
ASLE.
Hoth. East.
Abbott Labs, ticker ABT, Alpha Bravo Tango. FDA says Abbott Diabetes Care issues recall for certain Freestyle Libre 3 sensors due to risk for inaccurate high glucose readings. That's ticker ABT. FDA also
LASE.
says Medtronic, ticker MDT, Michael Delta Tango, remove some McGrath Mac video laryngoscopes, updates use instructions for others due to
BOF.
increased risk for battery overheat and explosion. FDA identified Medtronic's certain McGrath Mac video laryngoscopes recall as the most serious type, the ticker MDT.
BOF. BOF. WHLR. LASE. WHLR. LASE. WHLR. LASE. East.
ASLE.
WHLR. WHLR. WISA. ROD.
Ride.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen says the U.S. labor market has become less tight but continues to create jobs. She says we have a good, strong job market. Growth continues at a rapid pace. Those are comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen.
WHLR. Hoth. UVIX.
ASLE.
UVIX.
Yellen declines to comment on the CFI-US review
WHLR.
of the U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel merger. Says the U.S. has a rigorous process of
WHLR.
looking at national security implications of transactions. That is United States Steel, ticker X, as in
WHLR.
X-ray.
UVIX.
ASLE.
Phaeton Holdings, ticker PTHL, Papa Tango Hotel Lima, earlier IPO, trading at $4.08, opened at $3.76.
WHLR.
ASLE.
CRCT. WHLR. 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 HOF. HOF.
Gato Silver, ticker GATO, Golf Alpha Tango Oscar shares resume trade. Currently at 12.19, trading up
HOF.
4.9%. And shares of First Majestic Silver, ticker AG, Alpha Golf, also resuming trade. Currently at 488, down about 8%. Ticker AG, Alpha Golf.
HOF. East. WHLR. 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 LASE.
ASLE. SOAR.
WHLR. WHLR. East. MSFD.
Yellen says the U.S. has an environment that very much welcomes foreign direct investment regarding the United States steel deal.
APLD. CNFR.
FULC.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
Senior
WISA.
report from the Wall Street Journal. Donald Trump plans to outline a suite of economic
BOF.
proposals Thursday,
CNFR.
including formally introducing a government efficiency commission recommended by Elon Musk, cutting the corporate tax rate to 15%
WISA.
ERA.
for companies that make products in the U.S., and pledging to rescind certain
BOF.
unspent funds appropriated during the Biden administration.
BOF. WISA.
FULC. Ride.
ROD. Big spread.
Ride. Ride.
ROD. Big spread. ROD.
Gas.
Big spread. Rod. Big spread.
Gas.
Rod.
VRA. Gas. FULC. Gas. Ride. Gas.
Rod. Big spread. Rod.
Ride.
Rod. Big spread. East. WHLR.
SBGI.
East.
SBGI.
East.
Amazon, ticker AMZN. Seen an article from New York Post. Amazon in late stage talks to stream regional sports for 13 NBA, 5
ATLD.
MLB, and 9 NHL teams via Prime, allowing fans to stream local games for
East.
$20 a month. Shares of Sinclair, ticker SBGI, Sandy
East.
Bravo Golf India, getting a pop off that.
FULC.
East.
Singularity Future Technology, ticker SGLY, Sandy Golf Lima Yankee, shares halted on a circuit
East.
breaker, currently trading down 41.9%. Ticker SGLY, Sandy Golf Lima Yankee.
FULC.
Hoth. WHLR. APLD.
FULC.
Seeing a report from Reuters, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman extend voluntary cuts.
APLD.
OPEC says 8 participating countries have agreed to extend their additional voluntary production cuts of 2.2 million barrels per day for 2 months until the end of November
APLD.
2024. That is according to a statement from Reuters.
VXX. APLD. East. APLD. BOF. BOF. APLD.
DJT.
Hoth. NVDQ. VXX.
FULC. DJT.
WHLR.
Amiron, ticker
DXX.
IMRN, India Michael Romeo November, completes pre-IND meeting with FDA for IMM 529 to prevent or treat cholestatritis infection. IND application plan for the first half of 2025. Sticker IMRN, India Michael Romeo November.
APLD. WISA.
Shares of Singularity Future Technology, ticker SGLY, Sandy Golf Lima Yankee, resume trade. Currently down 41.9%. Ticker SGLY, Sandy Golf Lima Yankee.
DJT.
ROD. Big spread.
Shares of Trump Media, ticker DJT, Delta Julia Tango, getting a pop to the highs,
Right.
up 4.1%.
Gas. Gas.
East.
VSTS.
VSTS.
FULC.
Hoth.
Gas.
WHLR. WHLR. SHPH. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
DJT.
WHLR.
FULC.
McKesson, ticker MCK, Michael Charlie Kilo, affirms FY25 adjusted EPS guidance in the range of 31.75 to 32.55. Sees Q2 adjusted EPS in the range of $6.70 to $7. Adjusted FY 2025 estimate is 32.21, so that seems to be in range. That is MCK, McKesson, Michael Charlie Kilo.
APLD. SHPH.
Gas. Gas. Atra. Atra. Atra.
WHLR. WHLR.
True.
WHLR. WHLR.
TLIS.
Rod. APLD. 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 WHLR. APLD. Hoth.
Vestis, ticker VSTS, Victor
East.
Sierra Tango Sierra, shares spiking to the upside,
APLD.
up 12%.
East.
OSUR.
Hearing a company has made an offer to buy the
APLD.
company. That is
East.
a rumor. Ticker VSTS, Victor Sierra Tango Sierra.
APLD. East. 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 East.
Fitel, ticker FTEL, shares spiking to the downstairs. To the downside, sorry about that. That is ticker FTEL. Echo Lima. Bleecker Street now tweeting they are short the company. Fitel, ticker FTEL, shares spiked to the downside, down about 6% for the session. Foxtrot Tango Echo Lima.
Assistant. Hoth. GNLX.
Seeing a report from Reuters, Vestas Corporation, ticker VSTS,
Bleecker
Victor
Street
Sandy
report
Tango
titled
Sandy,
"No Pump in This Gym Equipment
TLIS.
an
Reseller."
exclusive
That is
UVIX.
FTEL.
Ellis SA has
Foxtrot
made an
Tango
offer to
Echo
buy
Echo
Vestas.
Lima.
Shares of Vestas are
UVIX.
currently halted at a high of 1534, up 12.13%. The ticker VSTS, Victor Sandy Tango Sandy.
TLIS. MSGM.
WHLR. TCBP. Big spread. Hoth. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
MSGM.
WHLR. WHLR.
FULC. RCRT.
Shares of Vestas Corporation, ticker VSTS, Victor Sandy Tango Sandy, resumed trade off the highs, trading at 14.95, up 9.5%. Ticker VSTS, Victor Sandy
WHLR.
Tango Sandy.
WHLR. AAMC. WHLR. DPRO. AAMC.
Gas.
WHLR.
Gas. Gas.
WHLR.
Watching shares of Trump Media, ticker DJT, Delta Julia Tango. Trump currently live speaking right now.
FULC.
DPRO. WHLR. UVIX. WHLR.
Capped.
UVIX. UVIX. CNFR.
Watching shares of Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash. Seen a report from Bloomberg. New York insurance regulator warns Attic is at risk
APLD.
of failure. For some additional color, Attic is the primary insurer for about 60% of the city's taxis, cabs, cars, and rideshare vehicles, including those driving for Uber. Seeing a
WHLR.
note, if Attic fails, many taxi and rideshare drivers could be left without insurance, creating a significant
WHLR.
shortage.
TLIS.
East. WHLR. 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 Hoth. SPWH.
ASLE.
MODD. Assistant. Assistant. DPRO.
TLIS. Capped. TLIS.
FitTel, ticker FTEL, Foxtrot Tango Echo Lima. Following up on an earlier short report from Bleecker Research, Wolfpack Research also coming out saying they are short the company. That is ticker FTEL, Foxtrot Tango Echo Lima.
East. WHLR.
GIII.
MODD. WHLR. WHLR. Assistant. WHLR.
GIII. GIII.
Assistant. WHLR. Assistant.
ASLE. KOD. EDN.
BOF. MODD. BOF.
GIII.
WISA. WISA. Assistant.
True. BTSG.
Assistant.
GII.
East. BOF. 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 AAMC. BOF. East.
GII. MSGM. True.
WHLR. WHLR.
GII.
WHLR.
ATRA.
All right. Hello, hello.
WHLR. WHLR.
ATRA.
WISA.
Yes, Wisa. Very nice. Get back to my break even. Find that support. Okay, YYGH. Am I still in that? Yeah, I'm still in that. YYGHK, you're holding up. Mod.
WISA.
Bitchy ass stock's been moving along. It's just sort of came off the
OSUI.
bottom just now. Bottom reversal.
GII.
I don't know if I want to
WISA.
like it or not. I'm going to say no. God, let me take a look at the pre-market on it.
WISA. East.
Let's put it all together in the context of the pre-market. Nah. See?
WISA.
Pop, fade, up, down, pop, fade, breakdown,
TLIS.
breakdown. But yeah, no, it's just a lower low, lower
East.
low, lower low,
WISA.
lower high, lower high, lower high. The
WISA.
opportunity's not there. I mean, I might get a little snip. I might get a little moment where you can get a little profit, but You do those on the stocks that are tilted the other way, that are tilted up, so that the probability is 2 out of 3 is majority probable to happen instead of minority probable to happen. In other words, it's more likely to happen versus it's less likely to happen. So, you know, you don't go long on stocks that are going down. Looks like I need to cut east. Also, what's
WISA.
going on there? Yeah, flatten that puppy. I had de-risked earlier on that, so no, I didn't have much going on there anyway. All right, now back to Wheeler, which is doing really well, and then also
MOED.
Ride. So, okay, I love this movement on Wheeler, and look at the volume on Wheeler. Very nice. How does that compare historically? This
MSDN.
is the biggest day in wow. In all that the chart can show. Let's try weekly volume. Wow. In 11 years. So it's safe to say I might be going A size on Wheeler, regardless of what percentage possibility this is of following through, like 20% or so or something. I may be getting some size here on this one and stepping it up to an A size. Right now it's on a C size. See, I've got 80 shares with an entry at 237. That means my stop's probably about $1.50. I guess, okay, I set it at $1. Something's not right here. Let me just double check the size information on this. I got in for 100 shares at $1.37, which would imply my stop
East.
should be
Hoth.
37 cents. That's just done that. I have enough money
Hoth.
at that time. It's already way too small. What? 237. There it is. I'm looking back on this and something's not computing right here. Okay. 237, which will put my stop at $1.37 or $1.40. That makes a lot more sense. And that must have been just a quick estimated guess because it was moving fast. All right, that's all I can figure. It must have been. And I think when I got in, I said I thought that was oversized. No, not $1.40. 237. Okay, there we go. And now we've clearly had a strong bounce at 220 twice.
KDLY.
We were talking about that 220 level, remember? Here's the volume over chart. Talking about that 220 level. So dotted line. Midpoint or something? Bright normal text. What is that? Open, high, low, mid. Okay, so that must be the midpoint. That's 220.
Right. Big spread.
Between yesterday's low or the low today, I see, and the high. Okay. I just didn't remember what my indicator here was doing with these dotted lines. Okay, anyway. My point is I need to size more on this. 220. I could probably put a stop at $2, but what I want to know right now is dilution. If this thing hasn't had a day like this in 11 years, are they going to offer into it? Wheeler. It is number 5 here. Wheeler. Okay, recently, over the last year, they did some offerings, but they're not hard up on cash. So these offerings must have been small. No, they were
WHLR.
Yes. So currently the outstanding shares. Okay, this is a small company. And how about open warrants or filings? Let's see. 2021. 2021, some convertibles, some preferreds, no shelf offerings. I don't think you could really get hit hard on this. Let me take a look at the chart. Pops sold off. All pops sell off. So that tells me I should not go A on it, you guys. I should not go A size. But this is unprecedented. At the same time, this is unprecedented levels of volume never seen before. What's the news today on this puppy?
East.
Is no news today. It says it could blast
Right.
off this quarter
Big
6
spread.
days ago.
East.
Because of a RSI signal. Please. Okay, that's not valid news.
East.
You have commercials showing up regularly on here. I haven't seen that before today.
East.
Okay, thank you for telling me that. Let me turn on my light here.
East.
What happens is if you watch those, I make money. Maybe 20, 30
Right.
cents on the day.
Big spread.
So anyway, I always do want my streams to be what's called monetized. But do let me know how often they come up.
A new medical ticker
If it's too annoying, I think I'm
Whiskey
able to
Echo
adjust
November
that.
Alpha files prospectus for offering and resale by selling stockholders of up to 21.5 million
Possibly.
shares of common stock.
I'm not for sure. Add a
That
stream
is ticker
marker. Oh, that's
WENA,
cool. What does
Whiskey Echo
that do?
November Alpha.
Is that for editing later, or does that literally make a mark on the stream? Stream marker added. Marker will appear in the video editor later. Oh, never mind. I don't really edit the video in YouTube editor. Anywho, yeah, just let me know how often those come up. I think it's supposed to come up like once every 10 minutes per person. So A, sorry about that, but B, I've always wanted to be able to monetize my YouTube channel. And then C, hopefully the ad is on point and telling you something interesting about something that you may want to be interested in. But yeah, I do understand that it interrupts the stream, but this is a free YouTube stream. And so we can say it's
WISN.
ad supported. You know. Because who knows? I want to look back. I'd like to see, how does that go after a month or two? What if it's like $100 a month? Not that I need it, but that's like going out to dinner with me and my wife, or a night of drinks. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So let's see where it goes. I won't refuse that.
WHLR.
Anyway,
WHLR.
but I mean, like if it's incredibly
WHLR.
fucking annoying, like it's like a really
WHLR.
bad thing, you just let me know, please. So let me know any criticisms on that. That'd be
WHLR.
fine. Okay, let's see. So anyway, $2 of risk. I don't really need to worry about dilution, but I do because it looks like every pop gets sold off. This stock just never does well. There's no multi-day runs. See what I'm saying? It's a pop and then pop and then I mean, Jesus. Do with that? I'm just not seeing it. The only issue is I'm conflicted because today is the most historic level of volume ever transpired on this stock. God, it went through 3 reverse splits recently. No, sorry, I got to keep this at C size position. We're just going to leave it where it is. It's unfortunate because who knows? Maybe it's going to go to $12 tomorrow or in the next few days. But 99 out of 100
Tesla ticker TSLA.
points of interest like this on the chart, 99 out of 100 of them, if not all of them,
buys more Tesla.
show it price fades. It even fades the same day. So I'm a little bit concerned even about that. This is an ABCD setup right now, though. I should probably buy into that here because it has pulled back and just turned green on a pullback dip after higher lows. This is looking rather good right now, just for a single inside of the larger position that I have. And for that, I could go to a stop of 215 from here. It's 50 cents, about 200 more shares.
WHLR.
So I'm going to day trade a single on this.
WHLR.
Oh, I couldn't even get that.
WHLR.
It's starting to move on me. And it's saying that on the squawk. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to just take 4 pieces out. One at 289.
WHLR.
PFMT.
Top of the day is, let's see, 337. So
WHLR.
336 would be my final piece of this core little thing, a single I'm going for. Oh, that's funny. I actually have an order up there.
WHLR.
And 334, then I'll make it.
WHLR.
So I need to put 2 more pieces between basically 3 and 334. So it sounds like 12 and 24, 11
WHLR.
and 23. All right. All right. So I've got excess size. So this is hard to keep track of. You have to you have to learn to keep track of this. I'm trading around a core.
WHLR.
My core, but they're mixed shares. They're all together.
WHLR.
So my core is
WHLR.
100 shares to a stop of 1.4. There, I just got my first exit on the single,
WHLR.
on the day trade, the midday single. And then I've got 200 extra shares, 3 times more shares, to trade around the core for a single. And for that single, the target is high of the day. And I've already taken 25% off of that single right now. So that's how you trade around a core. Day trade around a core. We talked about it a little bit before. So some of you might have gotten a sense for that.
WHLR. WHLR.
People pretending to be me need to be banned. Go, just banned one. They tried to register today at 10 in the Discord under my name to try to fool you guys into giving them money, pretending to be me. Hate those fucking people. And I wish that Discord would allow us to just auto ban anyone that has the same username as me. But instead, what it does is it puts them in an auto timeout. Anyone who just wants to make the same name as me should just be auto banned. I don't understand why they won't let us do that. It can cost users. We had somebody get swindled for $16,000 last year.
Gas.
Giving somebody like
WHLR.
that, me, money.
WHLR.
I will not. I can't ask you for. I can't take your money. That would be against FINRA regulations. So don't ever give anybody money. And certainly do a Zoom with them before you give them money. Are you going to give somebody money over text?
WHLR.
You can kiss that money goodbye. That you've never met, that you can't verify is the person you're talking to. And anyway, these days with AI the way they are, you can't trust anything. Okay, I just got my second exit out of 4 total exits that I'm looking for on Wheeler, single. Whoever's listening, show me that you're learning properly here by telling me what is a single. I know the answer. I'm quizzing you as a teacher. What's a single? Kind of like, what does it mean? What the hell's wrong with Weeza? Okay, that's the 4th time today Weeza did that. Wow, I just got my 3rd out of 4 exits on the single on Wheeler. That is clearly working. And there it is. I just hit my 4th exit on the single. So boom. Where's the little thing here? I just hit the single. What I need is a baseball sound. Sheesh, and the crowd goes wild. Thank you. Oh, I'm here all night. So anyway, now I still have my core position, and I'm out of my single. So I
WHLR.
popped a single there, and that's how you trade around a core.
WHLR.
That was nice to see it in action. We're literally were
WHLR.
talking about it. So what does that mean, though? What's a single? Anybody remember?
WHLR.
It's nice to see Wheeler do that, because this is the one I'm a little bit afraid of an offering on. I have another order to take a profit on Wheeler, sitting at 386, and it's at 371 right now and flying. And this is like a swing trade number, 383.
WHLR.
I have it at 386. It hit 383 and it's pulling back down.
WHLR.
Nice. I love seeing this in live throughout the day. I mean, yeah. So these are like midday
WHLR.
singles,
Shares of dollar
which
trading
can
a
turn
lot up to the
into.
highs of
I mean, I still would call it a
66.91,
midday
trading
single,
up
even if you got in midday because of the
5.07%
midday
on the day.
pattern, and then you
Ticker
reaped it
DLTR,
at the close
Delta
because it
Lima
finally took off
Tango
right
Romeo.
before the close or in power hour. I still wouldn't have called that a power hour trade, but this is what you're looking for singles. It's a midday
WHLR.
trade. All right, so nobody answered. Small win, yeah, but it's not a base hit. Yeah, it's all that, but it's
WHLR.
it's more specifically that it's a very high probability trade, which something going to the moon is not. Something even breaking out you can't count on. So you wouldn't be going for a breakout when grabbing a single type trade.
WHLR.
So instead, a single typically aims for a return back to highs of the day.
WHLR.
There can be exceptions to that, but that's the general single trade. You get in midday, the thing bold. I mean, this is exactly. It's like such a good example. This is an ABCD trade, by the way. Perfect. And by the way, I just hit my second profit target on the swing trade on this. And probably should take out more. I don't even have another order set on this because I don't think I expected it to go that high today. And this is just really great news. So I should probably set my next take profit, which honestly, I would set it at 495. It's way up there. But these are too small, my take profit, so I need to divide them up. 41 as well. 25% out at that point. And then it slides back up 6, 7, 8. I mean, basically a return to 11 is all we can really expect here. So I'll put a sale underneath every one of those numbers to 11. So here we go. Let's just go put those in. 7, 6, 7, 587. That's 50, and I got 3 orders left.
WHLR.
887. 2 orders left. 987. 1087. And I got 1 order left. That's 70. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's 8 orders. So that's it right there.
WHLR.
That's
MODD.
takes care. Shit. They were all put in as day orders instead of good till cancel extended orders hours. All right, I got to replace each and every one of them. By the way, what am I up in percentage wise on that? That's always fun to look at and tell you guys. Wheeler, 32%, and it's pulling
Wheeler
back from
Real
4.
Estate Investment
32%.
Trust, ticker WHLR.
I mean, obviously
with
that's more than a
Hotel
base
Lima
hit.
Romeo shares getting a pop to the
That
high
wasn't a
of
single.
397. Currently trading
This is fantastic.
200.
We're not looking for singles from the swing
ticker
trades.
WHLR.
We're looking for
Whiskey
singles from the
Hotel
day
Lima
trades.
Romeo.
Anyone looking for anything other than a single from a day trade is asking for disaster. Because anything more than a single is less
AGMH.
than probably 30% chance, maybe 40% chance. And unless you're going to be getting, okay, what happened there?
ZS.
2, 3,
AGMH.
4, what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 80 shares. Oh, I probably entered it too fast. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, there we go. So what I was going to say is, in order to make up for a 30% chance, you need about a 4 to 1. And so that you're asking for too much. You're just asking for too much from things, you know? That's just too much. Okay, and I got it. I got some exits down here. So 3. Okay, let's change that to a good till cancel order. This one. You have to wait a second before you put it in. Otherwise, it doesn't take enough time to cancel, and then it thinks you still need to put that order in. So I need to put one here at 598. I'll put it at the 588.
ZS.
So in some sense, you know, these are all wishful thinking exits.
WHLR.
But that's what the swing trade, you know, that's
ETSG.
kind of like what we're hoping for here is a return to the previous
Watching
move
shares
up
of
pivot.
SOFI, ticker SOFI,
I've already
Sandy
blasted
Oscar,
over this
Foxtrot,
one and
India.
did a bottom reversal,
Senior report
and then
from
sliding up this
Reuters,
contiguous
US Fed
action here
temporarily blocks new Biden
To
the
Washington
tip
debt
of this
forgiveness
point
plan
here
at urging of
on
Republican-led
retrace, which you
states.
can see a little bit more clearly here.
FOS.
Right to here. Boop.
TNON.
If this thing, you know, should happen to just like, here's a way that sometimes you get a
Pause.
home run when you didn't even expect it,
East.
and yet you've been planning on something
TNON.
good, but not something
TNON.
unbelievable. Here's how you get unbelievable gains in the market. I'm sitting here, right, and I set up, I got an entry at 237 on this, right? We expect this to maybe slide back up to 11. So I have currently like 80 shares. I set 8 exits of 10 shares each all the way up to 11 here from here. So that would take care of all my shares. But here's how you
Shares of
get those
EchoStar,
huge
ticker
gains
SATS,
from mother
Sandy
of
Alpha
all
Tango,
moves.
Sandy
You
shares
plan for
popping
what
to
I
the
just
highs
said,
of
and you'd be all out
21.25, trading up
by 11.
13.5%.
But tomorrow morning before 7 a.m. and all your
SATS,
orders start
Sandy Alpha
executing,
Tango, Sandy.
something happens in the pre-market and the thing's at 30. Now, if you happen to wake up in time by 7 a.m., all of your orders are going to fire off. All 80 of them, but at 30. And so now you're making more money than you even expected on the trade. And those happen,
Pause.
but they're pretty rare. Maybe 400 to 1. You know, you do maybe 1,000 to 1. You do 1,000 trades,
TSN, Tango, Sandy,
and you get one of
November.
those. And those are insane.
Has seen
That's incredible
retailers
because
strengthen promotions on
the
chicken.
R return on that
Also seen
is
promotions
enormous.
on
I'm not
beef,
sure what it was there.
according
You know,
to
I could do the
the
reverse math, but it's probably like 20 to
CFO.
1 or 50 to 1.
Ticker TSN, Tango, Sandy, November.
So those are enormous. And that's how that happens. So you have to say to yourself, well, if you've got all your exits all the way to X price, then what if it goes further? Well,
Pause.
number one, if it does, then maybe it'll pull back and you can add, and now you're back in. And number two, if you get all your exits all the way up to the first point you expected to go to, which you already consider, it would be pretty astonishing if it does make it the whole way, you should be happy with what you get. And then number three, one of the ways that can happen, where you can get the way if it goes further, is what I just said. You wake up and all of a sudden, you know, it's way beyond your price targets, and your price targets haven't been hit because it moved up there
East.
before those orders could even execute, which happens.
East.
All right, there we go. Hit 4. Wheeler hit 4. My next exit's around 450 or something. Let me see. 443 or something. And it just hit 409. This was a stock that was less than $1 this morning. So if you go over here, you can see it says it's up 285% since yesterday's close. 300%, which is 4x in 100% terms, because 100% gain is 2x. You know, so this is 4x, 300% is 4x. That's insane.
Green.
Anyway, it's hitting 418 now. It just keeps going. Wheeler.
Tyson
HCAT.
Foods
You can see it
currently speaking at
skyrocketing
an
there.
Investor conference says U.S. cow liquidation has ceased. Ticker TSN, Tango Sandy.
Oh, this is why you
WHLR.
probably would put a marker. Like good
Alright.
trade transpiring. I can go back and I can clip it out,
WHLR.
post it. The Wheeler trade. I mean, I was already in it from 237. I was already in it from here. I think this morning.
WHLR.
And then it moved. I took some profits. Then it came all the way back to my break even. I've been sitting there.
WHLR.
Then it started to bowl and then put in higher lows. And this is the kind of perfect ABCD pattern. If you're unfamiliar, it's in my Market Mastery, in the premium strategies, ABCD
WHLR.
pattern. There's a full thing on how to trade it. But this is what you can potentially expect when you start to see midday, past midday / maybe later in the day, perking up from a bull after a giant left side move is continuation. And our ultimate target usually is a measured move. Does anybody know what a measured move is?
WHLR. WHLR.
WHLR.
Measured move. I'll give you a minute to write back on that because of the delay. Let's see if anybody has the
WHLR.
answer of what a measured move is.
WHLR.
WHLR.
WHLR. WHLR.
By the way, I'm up 57% on WHLR right now. I think I just hit another profit target on it. Yeah, let me see if the numbers update. 56.5%.
Stay. BTSG.
Just taking a screenshot of that and sharing it in the group. Plus 56% gains on a Wheeler so far. Knock on wood. Usually after a big huge zoom like this, somebody hits the eject button. How much it generally moves in a day?
WHLR.
Okay, good guess. But not correct. Okay, here's what it is. See this little? I don't know if it shows up. Do you see these tools on the left side? I think you see the tools on the left side. See this ruler? Okay, I think I grabbed the ruler, and this move distance from here to here, the left side move, after it pulls back and bowls,
WHLR.
you can expect something like that on the next rally up on the right side up there. That's called measured move. So whatever this distance was,
WHLR.
you can expect potentially that distance. It can be from the bottom though. So from 220. So this thing went from $1
WHLR.
to 337. So that's 240. 240. Then it came back to 220. So you can expect it to go to 460. And there it is, 469. So we're at where we expected. By the way, it hit that second profit target of mine. And I've got another one sitting at 493, and it's at 473 now, and I'm now at 68%
WHLR.
profits, 70% profits now, gains,
PHVS.
70%. And like we just said, the measured move may be almost over here. So I'd be lucky to get 493. But I'll let it sit there because this is a swing trade. Good. It's good when it has a good first day, but probably from here I expect it to pull back pretty hard. But I took profits. I'm going to be able to sit in it for. It actually just hit another profit, so I'm 40% out now on the swing trade of Wheeler, where I expected it to go to 11. I'm already 40% of the way through my profit taking. That's pretty, pretty impressive. 83% gains. Let me get a screenshot of that. I hate that it says options on the screenshot. It's not an option. 83.5% gains.
WHLR.
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 It's a beauty to be able to watch this in real time, Michael. I don't know if you're trading it. Did you get any of this?
WHLR.
I mean, there was the core swing,
WHLR.
which that's the one I'm taking profits on right now.
WHLR.
And then there was the
WHLR.
I'm about to take another screenshot here because it's really skyrocketing.
WHLR.
89% gains. 90% gains now.
WHLR.
It's doing what they expected in the swing trade in one day, but
WHLR.
I also had that single.
WHLR.
94% gains. I'm sure I'm getting close to taking my
WHLR.
next profit.
WHLR. WHLR.
Pretty soon here. My next profit is at 588.
GLMD.
I mean, so this is what happens, Michael. This is why the volume is so important, right?
WHLR.
Like, just imagine this. What if you didn't trade all of the negligible things that you find, and you simply waited for moments like this? Because we looked at it and what? It had an 11-year level of volume, never seen before. And look what's happening on it. It's up now
Trump
from
says
yesterday,
he would open up portions of
428%,
federal land for
and
large-scale
I'm
housing
sitting on
construction in Sonora that would be
94.29%
ultra-low
gains
tax
right
and
now.
low
I think it
regulation.
halted. It just halted. It just halted with the bids at, I mean, with the prices of 641 by 447. So it could open up as high as 641 in some sense, if you think of it that way. So anyway, applause.
WHLR.
Hell yeah.
WHLR.
You're able to hear all those sounds, right? Yeah, that was a hell of a go. Hell of a good trade, and it's not over yet. Halted. So this is what happens, Michael, if you just sit here all day. Keep your scans going, watch opportunities, take risks. You'll catch things like this.
GLT.
But it just takes you to being present, you know. So a person can choose to be that kind of a trader or not, you know. There's more hands-off trading styles. You didn't get any because of the PDT rule. Gotcha. Yeah, but this is also a swing trade, although, yeah, you'd be safer to get into something like this at the end of the day. Like, let's say now after the halt, it comes back down to $4 or $3.50, or even $3 or $3.50 or $4, somewhere in there. Okay, by the end of the day. Well, it's still a pretty good green first day, so you could get in for a swing. And then tomorrow it pulls back a little bit, and then it pushes and hits 9, 10, 11 tomorrow. So as a swing trade, you could participate, but you best wait till the end of the day because you can't gamble with the PDT rule. You don't need your account shut down. I know you know that. For a moment, when it comes back open, it's going to trade probably past 100% gains for me, and I want to take a screenshot right at that moment because that's going to be a nice looking. When was the last sale? 1:01 and 19 seconds. So the soonest it could come out of the halt is 5 minutes. So that'd be 1:06 and 19 seconds. 1:06 and 19 seconds.
Hoth.
What is that purple thing there? Don't forget to do before it's what? Take a tour. Let me get in there and change that. Click on that or whatever I'm supposed to do. Excuse me. Windows.
APLD.
Discord chat. Yeah, that one. Interact. Oh, that's cool. It zooms it up for me. Close that. Dude, that's way cool. I didn't know it lets me do that. Oh, okay. And then I close that down and that's it and it's over. Ah, this is a cool app. I like that. It's easy.
APLD.
Okay. Now I had that core, position as well that I got like $150 off of, which is like a 1.5R on my C trades. On top of everything that's going on today as well. Just watching and learning all day, taking some swings at the end of the day. Yes, sir, yeah. But do you see what I'm saying? Is if you just waited around for big volume moments like this.
Big spread.
Okay, we got 40 seconds before it comes out of the halt. My next profit target is 588 and it's at 544. I think it's going to slip right through that and pling and hit that, but then it might pull back, which is very typical. Or it might even pull back right away.
True.
But what I want to do is I want to get a screenshot of whatever that massive gain is when that moment happens, which is any second here, 18 seconds.
True.
I'm cocked and ready with my screenshotter. And at the soonest, it's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ride.
Yeah, it's open, but it's actually pulling back at the open. So unless it zooms more, I won't have a higher number to screenshot. That's okay. But it might zoom more. Seems like some FOMO's happening. There we go. 103%. Can we get more?
ZS.
Remember, 588 is my next profit target. There, hit 584. I'm at 104% gains, it says here, but sometimes it's slow to update. There, we hit that other profit target. However, there we go, 109% gains. And we hit 591. All right, 109% gains. There we go, and we're at 589, hit 594. 110 it actually reads. I got a nice round number. 113% gains. Go. 596, 6. We hit 6. And I'm fully half out on the swing trade now. And look, remember my target was 11 for the whole thing over the next 2 weeks or so for it to just kind of move along. We're halfway there on day 1. 634. My next target is 688. 644. Who knows what's going on with this stock? It is the number one highest volume traded stock. It's at 521% gains on the day since yesterday. In other words, change in price.
Yes.
WHLR.
And it's really low float. Only 400,000 shares are available. There's the slip down. You knew that was coming. 129% gains if I can capture it fast enough. Got it. Okay. So it peaked out at 129% gains. That peak. And is now going to pull back. And that kind of a big slide pullback like that, I usually kicks off a pullback period. And it could be until the end of the day. It's doubtful that we'll go any higher now. It needs to settle in and do what it did over here. That was the move. Remember, we thought it would go to 460 on a measured move. Was it
Trump
460?
says the United States should have its own sovereign wealth fund.
$1 to 340 is 240. Then it pulled back to 220. Measured move would be 460, unless you count it from the breakout, which is 340 plus 220. 240 is 570.
Shares of Wheeler.
Okay,
Real
that's
estate
probably a
investment
little
ticker
closer.
WHLR with
So it
Steve
just
Hotel
depends on how you
Legal
measure it, though.
WHLR.
Whether you measure it from the bottom of the bowl or the breakout.
WHLR.
Listen to that. WHLR. Going crazy.
WHLR.
The market pulled back and dojied on the day. That's interesting. And what's this? Ride. Yeah, Ride has been moving along. Let's see if I need to do anything more on Ride as far as taking profits or something. Ride. While we let that pull back and rest.
WHLR.
I did take a 20% exit up there at around 12 something.
APLD.
And probably should set some more exits. And the way to set those would be measured move style.
ZS.
Because this has no prior history to look back upon and find points to sell at. So we're talking 575. You know, another thing that a way to measure them and what may have kind of happened here is it could have been percent gain. So, for example, from 103 to the top of whatever that was there, excuse me, it was 227% gain. Now, from the bottom of the bowl, maybe it is 227% gain. Yeah, 203% gain. So when things get that disproportionately changing in one day, the measured move can be in terms of percent potentially from the bottom of the bowl.
FIVN.
So that's what we might kind of expect here on Ride. We have this move from here 2 to 11. We might expect that from here. Oh, I didn't catch what the percent gain was. 2 to 11 is 440%. So then 4.26 to 440, we have to see what that is. Really high. Probably not the best way to measure this. And then in a couple days, watch it hits 24. But we're talking about like $24 if you use that method. But you know, I'm accustomed to using measured. You just take a stick
and chip-related
like this, and then you move it, and you can take it from
APLD.
the most recent pivot low instead of that one that I was trying to do there from there. So you know, I might expect it to go to $16 realistically. So I might as well take. I've got 4 more pieces of 10, and it's at 13. So I might as well take a little under 14, 15, and 16, and then that'll leave me 10 left.
GNLN. GNLN.
Would you say? But with no history, can you really apply the percentage
GNLN.
method? Right. I mean, kind of yes, but kind of no. You kind of can't.
Yes.
In a day trading sense, it kind of works more percent because
shares of Green Lane Holdings, ticker
it's all the same
GNLN,
people
Gulf
that same
November,
day.
November,
We're all
trading
here.
top to
Like the
high up
dynamic
21.3%, and
for the
shares
full
are
length of the
halted.
trade. Whereas on a
Ticker
daily chart for a
GNLN,
swing trade, you
Gulf
can't really
November,
rely on
Lima
everybody still
November.
being there every day
Not
to
seeing specific news.
cause the behavior to be a mirror of behavior. Right? Make sense?
Ticker Paramount,
That's one way
WHLR.
to rationalize
PARA.
it.
Seeing a report
Okay, so anyway,
from
last profit was
Bloomberg,
at
Larry Ellison will be
1233-ish or
the
whatever, so I'm going to be
chairman
taking
after
some more
according to
out
AT&T.
under
WHLR.
14. And I'll make that mid 14, so like 1348, and then 1438,
ASAN.
48 rather, and then 1548. Oops,
Smart
and
Sheet,
then
ticker SMAR,
if
Sandy
it
Michael
blows
Alpha
off
Romeo,
the top of
shares
1648. So that's
spiking
4
to a
D
high
shares
of
of my 40 share position,
48.70,
which is a C size position.
and halted on a circuit breaker.
WHLR.
2.87%. Not seeing
Account
specific news.
set. So over the next few days, I can just let it sit and just see what happens. By the way, this is
Shares
a
of Asana,
C
ticker
position
ASAN,
size, and part of
Alpha
that is because the
Sandy,
volume wasn't
Alpha
extraordinary.
November also spiking to the highs
That could have
of
caused it to
1290,
maybe fall
up
into a B category or a B minus or a
1.1%.
C plus or a B. But then on top of that, if it was, you know, a long dormancy period and then this first like pow,
WHLR.
you know, that would give it. And then there was no dilution, and they had plenty of cash, and there was looking like there was no issues there. That would move it to a B plus or an A type of size and setup.
WHLR.
So for me, the way I do it is A size is 1%
Seeing
R
a report
of
from
your portfolio
Reuters,
to risk.
exclusive
B
investor
size,
consortium, including
like
Vista Equity and
half
Blackstone,
that,
is in talks to acquire Smartsheet.
and C
ticker
size half that,
SMAR,
so 0.25 R.
Sandy Michael, Alpha Romeo.
Alphia. So see, this pullback here is no big deal on Wheeler because I'm expecting further gains on this thing, hopefully, as it moves on. We got a nice fat green candle with a fat wick there. By the way, you know, it's going to take me a few days, but I will get that published, and then you can. I have to like type up all this stuff and show screenshots and everything
WHLR.
to sort of submit it to be published.
FANH.
Once it's published, then you can add it to your charts versus just using that other person's thing, because I added some code, remember, to change the coloring and stuff. Right on. All right, now looking at everything moving around. Yeah, there's Wheeler. What a ride it went on. Woo! Off. YYGH totally failing out. I don't know if I'm still in that. If I am, I gotta exit.
CS.
Oh geez, yeah. And luckily, I'm not in that big or anything, so thank goodness. But yeah, I'm out. It failed out miserably. Luckily, I'm out with only 0.5, only 50% of my R, which was C size at that. So that means like 0.125 R. On that one, not bad at all.
East.
And I expected Weeza to keep going, but it's having such a hard time. Weeza swing trade I got in the other day. Follow through on Weeza has been really difficult. It went all the way back to break even. Now it's back down again. I don't know if that's a very good sign. I'm gonna have to cut it at a breakdown of today's low. But that'll be good because it's halfway to my stop anyway. But I want to see follow through. That's what you want.
East.
Beam.
All right, any other names coming up here? Wheeler, EFSH. Let's take a look.
East.
You're hoping to find something that's just like Wheeler was there. Just sort of
East.
Did well. It's doing a bowl. It's coming back up.
GNLX.
Like this one, soar is no good because
East.
the bowl is not up high. And this is across 2 days. But just imagine this was 1 day of intraday trading. It came back way too much. It's like a 90% retrace. It gave back 90% of the money. So just the fact that it came up isn't good enough. Because look back at Wheeler. Not even at the extreme gains, but sort of what you want to see. That's what you want to see. That's beautiful. That's why I started to add size here and go for a single. What was you seeing? Higher lows, higher highs, at VWAP / under VWAP in a bowl that pulled back not too much after the initial huge catalyst move. That was a nice smooth long rally. I mean, there's so many things going for it. Slow down, fast up, holding, waiting, going sideways.
GNLN.
I think it must have been moments after I got in, wasn't it? I mean, I was able to say, you know what, I'm going to get in for a single, and it just went boom, 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 boom. And you know why?
East.
Because it looking good
East.
looked good to everyone else who understands that as well. That makes sense? That's the real key. And that's why it's so important it should look obvious. The more obvious something looks, the more likely it is to do what you believe that pattern would bring, because everyone can see that pattern and believes that pattern is going to bring that result as well. And so they get in it for that directional move. And that causes it to do. So it's not like, what do they call it? Manifesting fulfilling prophecy in some sense. But this is a beautiful ABCD setup. This is what you're looking for. And in fact, I could have gotten in even right there when it pushed up right there above this pivot point, which it tried to get above here, but previously made a higher low. That would have been good.
WHLR.
I don't think I would have gotten in here. Maybe, let me see. There's no higher low on the right side. So it would have been a little bit more of a risk. But the beginning of breaking this pivot right here, and so it has hope, but it's only a half formed. It's not a 4-point confirmed uptrend. So now watch, it pulls back, and now we got 3 points. It starts to come up. 1, 2, 3, and on the 4th point, if you can break this point here, it becomes 4 points to an uptrend. That makes it an entry, or even when this could have been an entry here. Or on the next pullback, now you have it all confirmed and you can wait for the next pullback. You can get in there. Let's see what that looks like, if that even transpires. Yeah, it had some pullback. You might have gotten in here at 268 or here at 258. Compare that to getting in here on the breakout at 257, 258. It's almost the same. So, either way, it's good to have both techniques in your pocket. All right, I got to look through some more opportunities here. Let's see if there's
WHLR.
anything else going on in the day, and then I'm going to take another break. Let's see here. The
East.
highest volume on the day. What is writer? Nope.
East.
Wheeler, East, APLD,
Smartsheet,
Hoff,
ticker
Phil.
SMAR,
Hoff.
Sandy Michael Alpha Romeo shares resumed
Philogen.
trade, hitting
I
a
don't
high
know
of
why they even came up. It's
51.35,
really
up
not that much volume
6%.
traded. Maybe it's a different Phil.
After a
GNLN.
report
Pacific Horizon,
that
OTC,
Vista Equity of
Phil,
Blackstone is in
PHI.
talks to acquire the company.
No.
Ticker SMAR.
PHI, KG, KG stock. BL, no, it's not really any big movers though. 16% gain. Yeah, I don't know what these are coming up. Sometimes it doesn't match the scan, but I'd rather have false positives than no positives.
East.
I'd rather see something's not qualifying than the computer disqualify something I'd like to see.
East.
All right, Tesla. It's interesting. Tesla has hit my
East.
2-day expansion list, which is a very good signal usually. Even though it's pulled back a little
East.
bit. Very nice. It's because of the volume also. Gas.
East.
Yeah, there's a little something interesting going on there. But see the volume
Sweet
here?
Green, ticker SG, Sandy Golf.
Do you
shares
notice
selling
that
off, hitting a low of
in some minutes it
28.51,
doesn't even trade?
down
It's not liquid
3.7%.
enough.
Not seeing
So therefore it's
specific news.
beyond a C setup. It's not even
That is Sweet Green,
seeable.
ticker SG,
It's
Sandy Golf.
it's just not liquid enough. All
Seen a
right, and
report
those are all
from
the
Reuters, US
Yext.
ambassador to China says
Those are
encouraged
all
by
the
some
opportunities
progress
today
in
so
AAMC.
far.
fentanyl issue.
I'll be back
Wants to see
at
specific
Power
actions
Hour
on precursors, arrests, and
to
attention to
check
illicit
on things
finance.
some more. RNAS, pennies, 3-day breakouts. RNAS is having a high volume day, but it's not really within the pattern. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
AAMC.
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 Stellantis,
AAMC.
ticker STLA, Sandy Tango,
AAMC.
Lima Alpha,
AAMC.
to launch in Brazil this year 2 hybrid flex vehicles. It's according to the firm's head for South America. That's ticker STLA, Sandy
FIVN.
Tango, Lima Alpha.
Rod. Watch the spread. APLD. SMAR.
ASLE.
APLD. APLD.
SMAR.
Stellantis, ticker STLA, announces investment of 385 million in its Argentinian complex in Cordoba. Sandy Tango Lima Alpha.
SRM.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
GNLX.
WHLR. 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 East.
Rent.
BFLY.
Rent.
WHLR. 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 Hoth. GNLN.
Senior report from Bloomberg. Echo Star, ticker SATS, Sandy Alpha Tango Sandy. Dish Network is in confidential talks with creditors to settle lawsuit over controversial asset transfer and discuss potential extension of $2 billion bond due in November.
GNLN.
That is Echo Star, ticker SATS, Sandy Alpha Tango Sandy.
Hoth. GNLN. AAMC. YYGH. WHLR. 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 WHLR.
GFAI.
WHLR. WHLR.
LGO.
WHLR.
Disney, ticker DIS, Delta India. Sandy, Disney's head of investor relations, Alexa Quadrani, is leaving her position after less than 3 years on the job. That's ticker.
Sorry, I don't know that one.
WHLR. APLD.
GFAI.
HOF. WHLR. APLD. WHLR. APLD. GDS. APLD.
SRM.
HOF.
GFAI.
WHLR. WHLR.
ASLE,
WHLR.
SRM,
WHLR.
SRM,
WHLR.
Beam, Gut,
SRM.
SRM, SRM, OCCI,
SRM.
ASLE,
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
United States Steel, ticker X is an X-ray. Shares hitting a high of 31, trading up 4.77%. White House Press Secretary Jean-Pierre says the CFIUS process on Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel continues.
SRM.
SRM,
APLD.
GFAI,
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
OCCI,
WHLR.
ZS,
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
GFAI.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
ASLE. ASLE.
BFLY.
GFAI. GFAI.
HOF. MODD. SRM.
ASLE.
HOF.
GNLX.
SRM.
DC. GNLX.
WHLR. HOF. BFLY. BFLY. GNLN. GNLN. Rod. Rod.
Atra.
WHLR. East.
GNLX. GNLX.
East.
ESTC.
GNLN. GNLN. GNLN.
West.
GNLN.
ESTC. GNLN.
GNLN. GNLN.
GNLN.
GNLN.
Febo.
East. GNLN.
GNLN.
Assistant. SHPH.
Febo.
SRM. SRM.
ESTC.
SHPH. Assistant. Assistant. WHLR.
EHOB. ESTC.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
ATRA.
WHLR. 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 WHLR.
ALLT.
WHLR.
SRM.
East,
West.
East. Assistant,
SRM.
WHLR,
Alibaba, ticker BABA, and MasterCard, ticker MA, team up to launch
HDSN.
US co-branded business credit card.
East,
Alibaba unveils game-changing AI sourcing agent helping SMEs simplify
Assistant.
global trade.
Febo.
Ticker BABA, Bravo Alpha, Bravo Alpha. Senior report from Reuters citing a letter. The
East.
Transportation Department orders the 4 largest U.S. airlines to answer questions on frequent flyer and rewards programs. That is American
East.
Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest, and United.
East, SRM,
Febo. West.
WHLR, WHLR, Hoth,
Woof.
Hoth,
OPRX. Febo. ASLE. ASLE.
SRM, SRM, SRM,
SRM. SRM.
WHLR,
SRM.
WHLR,
SRM.
SRM,
SRM. SRM. Beam. SRM. SRM. Woof.
SRM,
SRM.
HOF, WHLR,
Toro. ASLE. MDB.
WHLR, HOF, East,
Watching shares of NEO, ticker NIO, November India Oscar. Senior report from Bloomberg. City opens NEO 30-day upside catalyst watch. Shares of NEO
Off.
off the highs, trading up 12.15%.
Beam. OPRX.
HOF, HOF,
Bank of America, ticker BAC, Bravo Alpha Charlie, CNA report from Wall Street Journal. Bank of America shared non-public information with investors in India, according to a whistleblower. The bank has opened an internal investigation following allegations that bankers in Asia shared the information with investors before the bank sold hundreds of millions of dollars of stock. That is ticker BAC.
East,
Beam.
SRM, SHPH. MODD. SRM.
MHUA. West.
Duke Energy, ticker DUK, Delta Uniform Kilo. Duke Energy Florida
MHUA.
requests to lower rates in 2025.
OPRX.
WHLR. MODD.
Duke Energy Florida plans to lower Florida residential rates by about 6% in 2025. Ticker DUK.
WHLR. YYGH. WHLR. 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 WHLR.
AHCO.
WHLR. WHLR. PFMT.
PFMT.
WHLR. WHLR. DPRO. East. DPRO.
TLPH. AHCO.
WHLR. 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 East. DPRO. East.
West. West.
DPRO.
West.
East.
SPWH. PD. UPC.
ATUS. Curry.
Seeing a report
IVP.
from Nikkei, Toyota, ticker TM, Tango Michael, and Nissan to help raise Japan's battery output
West.
capacity by half.
East.
Toyota and Nissan and other COA to total 1 trillion yen to expand Japanese production capacity for storage batteries by around 50%. Investments which will go mainly towards automotive batteries would lift capacity to 120 gigawatt hours from
SRM.
80 gigawatt hours. That's Toyota, ticker TM.
WISA. WISA. HOF. ATUS.
West.
MODD. SHPH. FBLG.
CNFR.
CNFR.
PD. West. West.
WHLR. WHLR.
West. 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 West.
WHLR.
CNFR. CNFR.
CNFR.
CNFR PD.
CNFR. WHLR. 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 CNFR. CNFR.
PD. CNFR.
CNFR. WHLR.
VUZI.
EchoStar, ticker SATS, Sandy
WHLR.
Alpha Tango Sandy, shares hitting a high of 2206, trading up nearly 20% after a early report from Bloomberg said Dish Network is in
WHLR.
talks with investors to settle a lawsuit. That's EchoStar, ticker SATS, Sandy Alpha Tango Sandy.
WHLR. 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 FBLG.
TLPH.
CNFR.
GNLX. CNFR. CNFR.
CNFR.
CNFR. CNFR. CNFR. PD. CNFR.
CNFR.
CNFR. CNFR.
CNFR.
Watching shares of United
CNFR.
States Steel, ticker X, is an X-ray. Seeing an exclusive from Reuters, the national security risk from Nippon
CNFR.
Steel's bid for U.S. Steel relate to potential decisions by Nippon Steel that could lead to a reduction in domestic steel production capacity. Citing the CFI US letter to companies seen by Reuters. Letter says U.S. Steel and
CNFR.
Nippon Steel provided CFI US with answers to 19 rounds of questions, considered Nippon Steel's relatively limited use of trade remedies, sees risk from potential supply chain disruption to sectors critical to national security, particularly transportation, infrastructure, construction, and agriculture arising from deal. Notes among
PD.
deal risks that Nippon Steel is expanding in India, where production costs are much lower than in the U.S. Shares of U.S. Steel seeing a slight uptick in volume, trading up 4.1%, ticker X.
CNFR.
TC.
Bank of America, ticker BAC, Bravo Alpha Charlie, says has not found anything to support
WISA.
reported allegations that it shared non-public information with some investors. Ticker BAC, Bravo Alpha Charlie. U.S. crude futures settle at $69.15 a barrel, down 5 cents.
CNFR. WHLR.
CNFR.
East. CNFR. AAMC. East. East. East.
OPRX.
WHLR. 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 WISA.
CRCT.
HOF. East. East.
OPRX.
East.
GHBS.
CNFR.
OPRX. CRCT. ITRM.
WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
AHCO. CRCT.
HOF. WHLR. East. Hoth.
IVP, SGRP, IVP, IVP, EHOB, IVP,
WISA.
IVP, ITRM, ITRM,
WHLR.
IVP, Beam, IVP, IVP,
WHLR.
Brent crude futures settle at 72.69 a barrel, down 1 cent.
APLD.
EHOB,
BOF.
AVAH,
EWCZ. BOF.
SGRP,
PIXY. SRM.
IVP,
SRM.
IVP, 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 IVP,
BOF. BOF. SRM. WHLR. WHLR. UVIX. PIXY. Hoth. PIXY.
VUZI. AVAH.
PIXY. PIXY. SRM.
IVP.
AAMC. APLD. WISA.
EHOB. SQNS.
Hoth. MODD. WHLR. SRM. PIXY.
EHOB. PD.
WHLR. CNFR. WHLR.
Hello, you guys. One sec. I'm looking for this volume indicator I created. Be right with you.
WHLR.
Having a problem finding it.
WHLR.
Oh man, I cannot find it. All right, I think I'm able to copy it from here. I can
WHLR.
copy paste it. Let's see. I'm unable to find this puppy. Copy.
WHLR.
CC. EHOB.
Okay. Okay, let me dial this in, and I'll be right with you.
LYT. WHLR. WHLR. WHLR.
AVAH.
WHLR. 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 SRM.
AVAH. EHOB.
East. TCBP. SRM.
PD.
Okay, cool.
QMMM.
Weird. So why is this not the same thing? It is not. Okay. It's weird. This one volume bar is red here, but green here. This one is red here, green here, and that's because higher.
ITRM. Merc.
ITRM.
Well, I can deal with that. All right, delete.
AHCO.
Did you read? Were you able to read my previous comments if you arrive later, Michael? Does it show previous comments? Before you came in, I said, if you're there, Mike, I'm getting ELYM for a swing to $9, B grade size. Are you able to see that comment above your comment?
MODD.
I don't know if you just left it open and then came back, or if you had to come back. And if it shows you that or not, what in the world? That gets stuck there from Apple. Is that going to be on every chart now? No, goodness. Oh, yes, it is. Is that from Apple? Okay, good. Window. Wait, what? Windows is ending Windows 10 support, pushing users to upgrade. Ah.
ITRM.
All right.
TLPH.
You were asking about
ITRM.
AILE.
EHOB.
How low do I think it will get? No idea. As a piece of shit stock, it'll probably just keep going down for infinity.
East.
Why?
S&P
Hey,
futures
Marcus.
currently trading just about flat, down 0.05% at 55.27.
All right. AI. Wait, did I pull up the wrong
LIT.
stock? Yeah, that one. Yeah, there was another one called AILI. No, AIRI. It was Airy. Yeah, we were looking at this the other day. Yeah, I'm in this one. Okay, that's why that sounded familiar. But it is
LIT.
not that.
IVP.
Atra.
IVP.
Ooh, Atra's
IVP.
following through. Maybe I have no
EHOB.
profit target set. No, I don't. Oh, okay.
IMVT.
All right, so I need to be taking these profits like right here. Yeah, that's fine. Take a little out here. Yes, I see all previous comments. Michael, with ELYM, you're trying to catch a bounce on the backside of the trade of maybe $1 to $1.50 with $2 risk. No, I think it's 89 cents of risk. Did I miscalculate it? And yeah, it's about a
ELD.
1.75 to 1. Let me see. ELYM.
WISA.
Where are you putting your stop? I'll put my stop at the bottom of this little arched pullback here. I checked for
FFIE.
dilution. It doesn't have any dilution issues.
Watching
And
shares of Nvidia and
yeah, I think, you know, it
Microsoft.
might
Zockers
attempt to
files antitrust
move
patent
up to this
infringement
9
lawsuit
level.
against Nvidia, Microsoft, and RPX
Everything
Corp,
east
alleging violation of
will
federal
bounce
antitrust laws.
soon. Okay, I'm checking that in a second.
That is
Trying
Nvidia
to learn,
and
I would do
Microsoft.
550. So way down there.
FNMA.
I have something I'm going to tell you, but let me see about that.
East.
Okay. And I wish I could annotate on this screen while we were doing this. Let me
Path.
see.
IVP.
Do I have an annotator tool or something? Let me see. Automator, not annotator. Freeform? I don't know. Let me see if I can get an annotator up. I'm going to diagram something for you. A little educational moment.
WHLR.
And that'll answer your question about East. Okay? Just a moment.
LYT.
App Store.
WHLR.
I've downloaded something to do that before, but I upgraded my computer and I lost it. So let's see. Annotation.
WISA.
I just want to be able to just annotate on the screen, not PDFs. Just on the screen.
WHLR.
Presentify? Screen annotation? Maybe that sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, and it says I have gotten it before. Let's see if this was the one that I liked. Annotate your screen in real time. Okay, let's try that one. All right, I'm downloading this. I'm gonna launch it. See if I can get this running right now, and I'll show you something.
The Zockets lawsuit alleges Nvidia
Installing,
and Microsoft
93%
formed an
complete.
illegal cartel to avoid paying fair market price for the company's patented DPU technology and fundamental IP.
Okay, I opened it. Presentify has started. Okay, where are like the tools for it? I got so many screens here.
WHLR.
Let's see. Annotate the screen. And highlight the cursor? Oh, that's kind of cool. Where do you see that? Okay. Annotate screen. Okay, cool. I see the tools
WHLR.
here. Where did they go?
HOF.
It's only on this screen. I see. Okay, hold on. Stop annotating screen. So I have to go over to this screen and choose annotate screen. Oh, okay. And that's how I can highlight my cursor, I think, right? Let's see. Highlight cursor. Didn't work. Maybe because it was on. Stop highlighting a cursor.
HOF.
Shoot, where did the annotate screen
IVP.
things go now? There. Alright. It doesn't have a line tool? Are you serious? Maybe I hold down a button for that. Let's see. Shift. Yeah, you hold down. How did I know that?
WHLR.
Alright, cool. I don't want blue. I want white. Can I change the color? I don't want blue.
East.
You don't have white? Or something here somewhere?
BFLY.
Preferences. Annotation preferences.
East.
It's annotating. Oh my god, this is favorite colors. Perfect. I think I will never use blue. All right. So let's change that to white. Where's the color picker? Oh, it's way down there on my other screen. Dude, have some consistency, bro. Who programmed this thing? All right. White. Okay, white. Go. The line weight, I think thin. All right, that's good.
GNLX.
Erase annotations automatically? No. God dang it. Stop annotating. Okay, save annotations across sessions. Whiteboard color, line weight, cursor, opacity, general, start up at login, yes. Keyboard, come to that later. All right, okay. So hopefully you're there. You made a comment. I can follow along well if you
WHLR.
can't annotate it. Okay, no worries. It's a bunt play. Yeah, not quite even a
WHLR.
base hit. Well, since it's a 1.74 to 1.
WHLR.
Oh, yours is. Yeah, if you had your stop down there,
WHLR.
yeah, that'd be like a bunt. Yeah, I like it. But no, you said I would pick 550 to buy more
Amazon
time.
ticker AMZN. Alpha
Roger that,
Michael,
and that's a great
Zulu
way to think about
November,
it.
seen a report from
For
Business
sure, I
Insider.
get
Leaked
that.
messages
But
show early
okay,
challenges
and this is
for
why I
Amazon's
want to
big AI
annotate
product
this.
and concern about
Shut
losing
up!
customers to Microsoft.
The squawk. I couldn't get
ASL.
out without
Says
trigger PDT at
AWS
only 80
employees share
cents
concern
risk.
about
I
Q's
understand why you
integration
would pick 80
issues and
cents. I also
potentially
think
high
I understand
customer
why I
costs.
shouldn't take this.
That's according to
No.
internal
You can
discussions
take this.
reviewed by
Okay.
Business Insider. Ticker
So it has to
AMZN
do with this
and
whole
Microsoft
pattern for sure.
MSFT.
And let's see. I'll pull up the annotation now. Grab white. Okay. So if this was an uptrend, it's not though. It's in a downtrend. Okay, we can see that.
CNFR. East.
If this was an uptrend, though, if it was an uptrend, then your entry will be subject to the pivots of the uptrend.
WHLR.
Okay? But what we're doing here is we're
WHLR.
risking a return to the top of this uptrend somewhere up here.
WHLR.
Sorry, a return
WHLR.
to the top of this downtrend. Okay? These levels.
WHLR.
A return to these levels. It's a risk. Has a probability. Okay, it's a possibility for it to drop $1 anyway. But continuing on, but listen. So what we're trying to do, the trade here in front of us is that it goes from what looks to be a little minor pullback in here with an entry here to it
WHLR.
continuing and trying to test 9 up here. So this is similar to like if you got in here,
WHLR.
because it went 1, 2, 3, and then it's off to the races with an attempt to get
WHLR.
back up here. So this isn't, if this was an uptrend, you would use this as your stop in order to go blasting off to infinity, way up, and we don't know, sky's the limit. It's not an uptrend though.
Hoth.
It's kind of sideways and pulled back after a giant move. And it's been pulling back and fading out, right? So what we have here is just, we're just banking on a little move right here. So the trade is this. It's in this box. Let me see if I can change colors to purple. This is the trade. This is what we're concerned about. Whereas in other cases, like you just said, if it's 550 stop, that's because we're looking at the trade more like as this bigger unit.
ASLE.
We're trying to get things to go up this way. That's our expectation. You see the difference?
WHLR.
Yeah, I've been live all day. Yeah, I've been live all day. Ooh, ow, mother of God. Ah! That was hot. Here, can you bring me another Coke and ice? Thanks, please. Damn, you burned my hand, lady. Ooh, that's hot. Obviously, that is a microwaved bowl of rice right there.
East.
I should have known better. Son of a... Shnikes. I didn't want to call her a woman, What have you done to my hand, woman? Oh, you haven't seen any of my annotations. Oh man, that's too bad. All right, look. I'm gonna copy and paste it to the Discord right now. Look. I kind of have it all laid out. All right, look, I'm copying and pasting it to the Discord right now. What? Okay, hold on. I think I have to... But if I do that, then it's going to turn off annotations. I have to turn off the annotations in order to copy the screen. Okay, maybe not if I do it right now like this. Okay. Okay, now. So I want everybody to use those annotations, I guess, again. Now I understand that. Thank you for telling me. Okay, look. I'm posting it to Discord. There it is. Oh,
WHLR.
Thanks. Gotta put the ice in my hand. Holy crap. Holy crap. Okay, look at the Discord, and I guess you couldn't respond in there. Or here. Yeah, respond in here since we are.
SRM. SPNS.
Okay, so looking at the screenshot in Discord, you can see we're going for that smaller purple square trade, not a bigger purple square trade.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from AVGO Broadcom. That's at 4:15 p.m. Also, DOCU DocuSign, AOUT, American Outdoor Brands, TLYS Tilly's.
And when you look at it, hopefully you're seeing it in the Discord. You can see that the bigger purple squared trade is a long shot, whereas the smaller purple squared trade is a probable base hit.
GNLX.
See the difference? Yeah, she burned my hand. You said, do you think that East will bounce soon? Okay. And by the way, are you talking about in a intraday day trade?
MPC, Marathon Petroleum, Teamsters considering expanding strike to Marathon's other U.S. plants.
Terminology or whatever,
negotiations
or
stagnate.
are you talking about in the long run?
WHLR.
That's Michael Papa.
Anyway, that's enough on that. I got in that, and you don't have to get in that, and you might be right for many reasons
WHLR.
on that, Michael. So I think you're talking about on the day, about East bouncing on the day. Will it bounce soon? Clarify your question more, because this is, it's complicated stuff here. It's not fucking like playing dominoes. This is like chess. Trading is like chess.
Hoth. East.
I know. Why are you asking me the question about East? Okay, let's see. Answer that. Fill it out a little bit. Fill out your question. Oh, day trade. Okay, thank you. You're responding pretty quickly. Your delay must be really pretty tight. Good. Okay, hang on one sec. Now I'll answer the question.
WHLR.
So, why would it bounce?
WHLR.
Is my question to you.
Hoth.
Because it already broke down. So why would it bounce? It's dead.
WISA.
It didn't hold up. It broke down. Broke the low of the day. It broke all of its trends. And it didn't bounce off at 220 or 210 or whatever here. It's been breaking down. Why wait for a bounce? To what? These shares. These stocks is as you know
WISA.
as I. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I mean these are pieces of shit. Remember, all these companies are crap. And
LFVN.
this one had a moment, just like they all do, and it didn't last. This is the typical behavior of it breaking down and just bleeding out, just dying. Had a moment. Didn't follow through. Some of them do. That one didn't. Not good. This shouldn't be green. This should be red. Weird. 891% relative R vol. But you see what I mean? Yeah. So, the reason I ask is because, I wouldn't want you to be trying to do something with a bounce. Like, I don't know. Some people might say, well, people said it was a really good stock, and so once it gets to a certain level, if it's going to bounce, I want in. People said. Remember, don't trade with your ears, trade with your eyes. It's going down.
XRTX.
I don't like. You can't, out of 25,000 stocks in the stock market, you can't find something better. Out of 25,000 stocks, you can't find something better. All right, let's stop talking about East. You see what I mean? Let's move on. This is how you got to be with trading. But you said this morning that the stock, whatever. It's a great example of how, no matter what you say, what happens is what you need to follow. I don't follow what I say. I follow what happens. I do what I say, but I don't
ASL.
stick to what I said when I'm wrong. Okay. I see. All right. Let's see. Ride we got in yesterday. That's doing outstanding. What is my entry on Ride? I need to look at Atra on the main chart as well. 916 the other day with a stop somewhere. 916 right about there. Break even line. And the stop probably on that one 7. I'm guessing. Which would mean about $2 a risk roughly, which for a $100 risk unit for me would be 50 shares, which is exactly what I have. I have 40 shares because I sold 10 at the first profit target today, right here at 12:30, way up there. and I'm up 32% on ride. Very nice. Yeah, I can get rid of this thing. We were talking about maybe projected. Where could it end up? We're thinking maybe it goes to 16. So that's ride from yesterday. It's a recent IPO. On ride, I got 919 on ride. Yeah, very similar. Because I got 916.
ASLE.
0.2475 apparently. Right there. Jump. All right. So anyway, what I want to do. So first of all, where are we in time wise? 3:15. All right, 45 minutes to the close.
ASLE.
So this is power hour. Let me have another bite of rice, and then let's get on this shit. Why does that rice taste funny? If I'm dead later, it was the rice.
SRM.
And don't let them tell you otherwise. I'm going to get a tattoo on my arm. If I ever die of food that I eat, it's not because I wasn't hungry. Or whatever, you remember? It's I would not kill myself. Atra, I wanted to take a look at that for sure. Atra's following through. Great. I don't have my markings on this one, see, so just pardon me while I put my markings on. 918 on Atra. Funny how these all have similar prices, isn't it? We've seen a lot of that lately. Even today we had like two stocks with the same patterns going on at the same prices. 918, and I got in for 50 shares, and
WHLR.
I don't think I've taken any profits yet. So that would mean that's a $2 stop, so probably talking about $7 as a stop.
SRM.
And see, isn't that funny? That's exactly where we had the other one. Now that one, see, that one's okay. So let me talk about that for a second, because that goes towards what we were just talking about on that other one, Michael. Okay, see, the reason why
STLD, Steel Dynamics, along with several other organizations.
The reason why on this I chose the stop to be way down there yesterday. This day didn't exist.
Delta.
Just look like this. And not say right here at 780 is because I am going for a larger move here. Like, I don't know how. This is a huge day, a huge volume on the day when it happened. I didn't know if today was going to be like raw, like a big whopper, or a pullback, or a little follow through. This is great. This is a great result. I'm up 13% from entry on this. But the reason why I didn't put it like down here, I would have if I was just going for a little move, like you just said, like a little base hit or something. Yeah, it's because it's the very beginning of the trade. I mean, within reason, it depends on the chart, on the left side of the chart. I'm always looking at the left side of my chart. I'm always looking left like that. But it seems like this is the only little resistance point here
CIA.
Before it pops and then
CIA.
slides back up to this one, which is $13. And with this much cataclysmic volume, I think it's within the realm of reason. At least 50% of my trade should be dedicated to getting to the top, and the remaining 50% for it getting over the top. So that's kind of how I structured it. Now, if I was just going for a base hit, I'd be going for 100% retrace to like $12, a very reasonable level that it hit like multiple times on multiple days, maybe even this one. Yeah, $12, $11.50, from the other day. And that trade would look like this. I mean, that's a good trade too. I probably could have took that in parallel. That would have been entry at the same spot, but my stop would have been on the day, maybe even right down there underneath the open. And then my target would have been $12 or even $12.50. No, not $11.50. Say $11.60. And that is where's the ratio? I think this is the ratio. If it is, then that's good. That's 3 to 1. Yeah, because this is the risk area now. It's kind of hard to see. It's a little bit faint, but it's this red area here.
ITRM.
This unit is repeated 3 times up here. 1, 2, 3, almost 3 times, 2.95. So you see that base hit is a lovely base hit. It's kind of probable, and
Benzinger market
It's
update.
not
S&P futures down 22.
going for a long shot. And this is why I would have put my stop at a
NASDAQ
closer
is
level
down
on that one.
21.
So I'm not going for
Crude is
anything
up 12 cents at $69.32.
that changes the
Natural gas
trend, like at the pivot
up
level.
12 cents at
See, I think that's a good way to describe it.
$2.26.
I'm not going for anything at
Gold
the
up
pivot level.
19.50 at
I'm going for
25.45.40.
sub-pivot
Bitcoin
level
down
bunt.
18.35 at
IMBT.
56,500.
This is an inside the pivots move. From here to here is one pivot. From $13 all the way down to $6.50 was one leg of and then this is a pivot point. This is a pivot point. This is a pivot point. I think you're seeing this,
SOC.
right? Yeah. And so in the case of just trying to shoot for just a return to any of these upper region area,
EXX.
then I wouldn't put my stop way down at near the pivot, which I made $7. I could have made it $6.50, but I made it $7. Could have been $6.50. Either way, it's very very close. And
with a statement on
and so
Mexico
you know I'd be going for a bunt, a base hit, but that could have been the
EXX.
trade. That would have been just the same trade, a little bit of a different outlook, because the size, when you scale the size, is the same. So the win rate on those little bunts, would be higher because they're a little bit more probable.
TNON.
Snap says received.
But do you
AAMC.
see that because of this
New Mexico
gigantic
Attorney
volume
General's
here,
complaint are reviewing it carefully and
that there's
AAMC.
potential
claims in court.
for more than just
working
a bunt
diligently
here?
to
And so that's why I'm going
find,
for
remove, and report
that
bad
trade. Now, if the volume was like lower but still popped a lot,
That's
maybe it was down
SNAP.
here like this one, maybe it was down lower like that, all you'd probably could count on is the bunt.
Shares of Snap right now up 5
If
cents.
you even
Yeah,
went for
AAMC.
that, I probably wouldn't, because
SNAP.
at that point it's in a downtrend with no cataclysmic change going on.
WHLR.
All right, does that make sense? So that was a good example of the difference between
WHLR.
those two. So instead, I hope it goes all the way up to where that was, but instead I got this trade, and if it were to go to that tippy top
CNLR.
there, that would be a 1.62 to 1. Not as good as the bunt, but I think maybe from there it could slide up here for a 2.69 to 1,
AAMC.
and maybe even top out finally up here for a 4 to 1.
IMVT.
And it's all at a wider
WHLR.
risk, like you said earlier, which allows you to sort of sit on it with less
AAMC.
stress. So, it's just
TNON.
different way to trade it.
WHLR.
Now, the bunt, where is the bunt appropriate? If it's not here, although this, could be bunted, where is the bunt appropriate? The bunt is
AAMC.
appropriate inside of the penny stocking framework blueprint, inside of an already moving thing. Like I think
TNON.
FCCN was one that moved recently.
Weird.
Yeah. I think the wicks are coming up in a second here. There we go. So like this is not a perfect pattern, but if this had come back and down to a certain area and it had been zigzagging, kind of like that other one we were looking at, but it was staying
IVP.
strong in the pullback,
IVP.
and you got a signal down near the bottom for an entry, or you just risked
IVP.
it to the double bounce. Now you're talking bunt.
IVP.
You're not talking like, whoosh, I'm going to go for an
IVP.
astronomical follow through.
IVP.
That's a bunt.
WHLR.
And if you have 20% of your position left by the time it gets all the way to the top,
WHLR.
then you get a little bonus if it goes further. But you can't really rely on the breakout from the
ITRM.
move of continuation from the bottom of a pullback all the way to the breakout. And then it
IVP.
breaks out and goes astronomic. I mean, come on, you're asking for a lot, right?
IVP.
So,
WHLR.
usually if you move from the
IVP.
bottom to the top and break out a little bit, it then eventually kind of pulls back in. The times when it doesn't is when it's tightening up on the right side and tightening up in the flag, like it's kind of doing here on FCCCN. And it could get tighter and tighter and tighter until finally, and it's resting for a while, and then
WHLR.
bam, it breaks out. Now it could go flying because it hasn't had a rally yet like this one. But if it's coming off the bottom like a rally, by the time it gets back up to the top, if it breaks out, which it probably would, it'd be a little bit like a fake out. It might only go up like 25% more on that rally.
WHLR.
If it goes at all.
WHLR.
And then pull back in, rest for a little while, try to break out again. It doesn't have a fail out. It's not as reliable. Okay.
AAMC.
Keep looking at stocks now. So that was a little bit of education on that. We have class tonight, so we can maybe talk about whatever you'd like to talk about, but that could be one of the things. Let's see if there's any growth stocks to let the group know about that are any different than what I've been looking at earlier. How is
Amazon
AFRM stacking up? And then
in
we'll
a
come back
lawsuit
to
accuses the
pennies
U.S.
in a minute.
Labor Board
No.
of interfering.
We looked at Roku earlier.
Interfering in union elections. Says
Four.
agency structure is
What is that?
unconstitutional.
Foursquare or something? No, Shift
That is
4
Amazon
payment.
ticker AMZN.
Internet of Things, Samora or something? Samsara, that's it.
RCS.
Does that have earnings today?
ITRM.
It's after hours. No, after hours. Something just happened. Atra just hit another profit target. Atra. Let's see. I'm not sure what profit target it hit there, but yeah, okay, it did. Oh, I know what it was. It was because I needed to take a little. Hadn't yet, and so now I have. I didn't set the further profit targets on it. It's up right now, so let me do that too. So basically, we're getting this profit target right now. Next is just under 1150, something like 1139. But see, I only have 40 shares left. I don't want to get two out by 13. So yeah, two more. 1139, and then 1239.
GNLX.
1136. That to be 1139. And then 1239. That'll leave me 20 shares to go over the top.
TNON.
WHLR.
From now on, let's call it that. Let's refer
WHLR.
What we're shooting for on trades, here and there when we're loosely talking about them, to, expecting this to go under the top
WHLR.
or to the top,
WHLR.
or I'm expecting this to go over the top. I'm targeting over the top, and that's what we mean by that, which is like a return to the, an obvious recent pivot. All right, grabbing another bite of rice.
WHLR. WHLR.
Why does that taste so weird? That must be the new butter we bought. I was going to say this looks very interesting because it hasn't really taken off yet, and yet it's had a ton of volume. So I pulled it up, I looked intraday, and it is flat. Can anybody tell me what that means? Price is pegged. What does that mean while I eat a bite of rice?
PD. DEGY.
CNFR.
PEGY. ICCC.
XCUR.
You're barking up the right tree, Marcus. And I think if you think a little bit deeper, you actually know the right answer. Not sure if you meant offering.
CNFR.
Price is pegged. at what looks to be about like $12.15. It's just pegged.
TNON.
It's been there all day long on incredibly huge volume.
PACB.
SRM.
Okay, I'll check that out in a minute. Okay, what it means is there was probably a buyout offer.
TNON.
BOF.
Maybe that's what you meant by offering, because offering means shelf offering,
SRM.
which is when
CNFR.
they dilute the shares, the company, by selling new shares
East.
into the open market from
TNON.
inside the company,
LFVN.
raising money. Maybe that's what you meant. Maybe that is not what you meant when you said offering.
PD.
East.
Maybe you meant a buyout offer, an acquisition.
IMVB.
But the correct answer is acquisition or buyout offer. Now, I don't know anything about this company. Let's go check the news and see if I'm right.
TNON.
Here it is.
WHLR.
First Majestic agrees to buy Gatos for $970 million. All right. Thank you.
TNON.
I got it right. Okay, that is when price pegs like that. And then here's the other one on insane volume.
CNFR.
Some cataclysmic event happened that caused the price to stay at a single price. And that would be that a company has decided to buy every share that exists from shareholders and everybody in the entire company for an exact price, divided by all the number of shares, equals
WHLR.
$12.15 per share. That's how much they're buying the company for. So if it's $12.15 a share, and it's $970 million that they're buying the company for,
WHLR.
then how many outstanding shares are there? So you take $970 million divided by $12.15,
WHLR.
and that says 79,835,000 shares. 79,835,000 shares. So now we could go and see how many outstanding shares are there for Gato. Gato outstanding shares, and see if we're correct. Shares outstanding. Okay, where is it? Market cap, enterprise value, financial highlights, profitability. Dude, where's the okay, shares outstanding, 69 million. Implied shares outstanding, 69 million, and there's also a float and this or that. So I was very close. If there's 69 million shares outstanding, 970 million divided by 69 million shares outstanding, that would be a buyout price of $14. So obviously there's something else packaged into the deal.
CNFR.
Anyway, that's how you know, and this is why we do not trade acquisitions, because the price doesn't go anywhere. It just stays right there at the purchase price of the company. It doesn't change. It completely
MOD.
squashes the stock from trading. Does anybody know of a company that's recently going through an acquisition? We could pull up the chart and then I could see show you how flat it's been probably. All right, SRM. Let's look for other opportunities. Woo! This one looks pretty good. Is it an acquisition? So you can go here and you can see. Nope, it's been going up all day. This is a beauty.
WHLR.
This is a beauty. And this is, how often did it have volume this big? It hasn't had volume this big since it IPO'd a year ago. This is cataclysmic. This is what we love. Now, I'm just going to check the dilution factor on it. This is why it might be popping in. It might be 1 year to the day past the IPO, and that might be causing something. Okay. They are running out of cash. Is that millions? Boy, they don't have much cash at all. Whatever company this is, a souvenir design company for theme parks. And they have $1 million left. They normally have $3 million. Boy, talk about a small ass company. So I was going to go with a setup, but let's classify this as a B.
WHLR.
And I'm getting in for sure. And I'm going to put my stop at the bottom of this pivot area is probably 70 cents down here. Otherwise 65 cents. Might as well go with the 65 cents to
PD.
$1.25. Roughly, entry is about 60 cents. On a B size, that's about $200 for me. So
iLearning
divided by
Engines, ticker AILE,
50 cents
Alpha
risk.
India, Lima
333
Echo,
shares.
announces a further response to the
WHLR.
short report. Says board
EHOB.
formed special committee consisting of independent
Try to buy it at the
directors
bid.
to investigate
I'll let it
allegations
sit there.
raised recently by
WHLR.
The
short
bid and the
report.
asks are separated by 2 pennies,
Ticker
and we like things to be
AILE,
separated
Alpha
by a
India,
penny.
Lima Echo.
You know, so this is why it's not an A setup, but this definitely classifies it
WHLR.
into the Bs. If it was kind of really wide, you know, it'd be
WHLR.
a C setup, and then eventually it just falls off, and you don't want it. So I'm hoping to get a little bit of fill here. I might have to go in between.
IMVT.
Get in the ask.
WHLR.
Yeah, I can't get an even number to come out on the ladder here. Anyway, I'm getting this.
WHLR.
LFVN.
Just FYI. Okay, there we go. Now what?
TN.
Yeah, 121 is where I want to get my order. And it actually did bump up. You guys might have did that. Who knows? Is somebody buying 1,000 shares? Is that you, Marcus? Somebody's buying 1,000 shares at
WHLR.
121. I think Marcus would have bought more. He's probably not buying this. I don't know. I don't think he trusts penny stocks yet. Maybe he'll dabble with it.
EHOB.
No. I didn't even get my fill. What the fuck? Okay. Now I gotta push it up to 122. Ah, it's running away from us. We're having to chase price. There we go. I got on top of it. I got 122.50.
AutoZ Internet Technology.
Okay. So I'm gonna mark that out.
Ticker AZI, Alpha Zulu
I'm in.
India, shares resume and selling off sharply.
Remember
down
Daisy? I was showing it
45.6%,
DSY
hitting a low of
for the last
$1.50.
few days. We'll have to take a look at it, but I
Ticker
had to sell it
AZI, Alpha Zulu
because
India.
it definitely topped out. Something happened. I'll show you. Okay, so that's diagrammed out. And where it could go on
WHLR.
that much volume, yeah, I don't know. Back to $2, maybe
East.
260,
TNON.
East.
or into this region, this area here, the 3s and 350s, and then eventually could break and then go back to where it came from. That'd be interesting. Yeah, look at this. Okay, remember Daisy? Watch this, DSY. Big Tree Cloud Holdings. Remember I got in, and it just keeps going up, and boy, what a ride it's been, but look what happened today. It's big cliff fall. So I sold the rest of my shares. I had been taking profits all the way up. I was actually 80% on the house and 20% of my position left. In other words, with 20% of my position, I made 4 times that money on the house just on remaining position. So that's pretty good. And anyway, fell down, crashed back down for whatever
WHLR.
reason. It could have been an offering. I didn't really check in detail. And so I'm out. But just as an example, look at what BYU did.
WHLR.
Remember we looked at this yesterday, Michael?
WHLR.
Now look at it. Even today, it's
Launching
even
shares
lower than where
of
it started
Ross
by,
with
I think,
ROST,
half.
Romeo,
I mean, this whole
Oscar,
thing started
Sierra,
at $1.20.
Tango.
Okay,
shares
now it's
getting
at
a pop in
$1.
volume, hitting a high
But then it moved
of
all the way to 638 and
154.86,
crashed down.
trading up
What
3%.
a
Shares of TJ
roller coaster ride, and
Corporation,
poor
also
people who
east,
got in
hitting
way
a
up
high
high.
of
Oh boy.
118, up 0.38%.
That's what can happen.
Ticker TJX and ROST.
And Michael, depending on how you put your stop, you could have been safe on that. I mean, but looking at it, it just has been straight up. So it's really hard to get into. You can't really get into it. I never got into it.
WHLR.
It's kind of funny because I was going to short the first red day, which would have been this one. It didn't have an exhaustive top. If it had some kind of an exhaustive top, I would have gone short here and would have made about 80% return on capital, which is 0.8, 80% return on capital. Yeah, almost
Shares
a double.
Of Eastside
Going from
Distilling,
6
ticker EST,
to $1.
Echo Alpha Sandy Tango.
That would have been a
resumed
surprise,
trade,
a unique.
and
You can't rely on that.
selling off
But this is an idea of what happens, and then
98%
DSY also.
earlier
So good
announced
examples.
a
Tomorrow could be another big red day. It could look just like
$400,000
BYU
direct offering.
by tomorrow.
A little while ago
ticker
announcing a
EAST,
442,000
Sandy
share
Tango.
offering.
There you
At,
go. Oh, EAST
WHLR.
just announced an offering.
LFBN.
I'm not in that, right? I hope not.
That's
No, I'm
Echo
not in
Alpha
that.
Sandy
Okay, that must have been right here. So there you go. Who was asking about that earlier? I think that they were selling into these moments anyway. I mean, the stock see, you have to remember that you're up against the company on a lot of these shit ass fucking bullshit manipulated
APL.
MBA run pieces of shit companies. You're up against them. It's their company. They have the shares, they have the connections, they have the connections to the brokerages, they got the warrants and the offerings out there ready to gobble up anyone stupid enough to, be putting money in. And on some stocks, the situation is fine.
Blood.
It's
Big
within a good region of riskability. On other ones, you find out sometimes during the trade that they're not letting it progress. See, it kept trying. If you look at East, it kept trying. Like this morning, it kept trying to move, but then boom,
RMR.
trying to move and then boom, trying to move and then boom, trying to move and then and then and it's just been trying to gobble up the current price from investors by offering into that. And you can tell that that's offering type behavior.
RMR.
Better now. I'm not sure what you were referring to. I'm already doing better now on what? East? I'm not sure. Anyway, and so look, it keeps breaking down. On top of all that, it's being stubborn. So there's 25,000 fucking other stocks on the stock market. Why do you need to dick around with something that's being stubborn? Just wait till tomorrow. If you can't find anything else in the other 24,499 stocks or whatever it is. But look, it just keeps breaking down, and now they just announced an offering, and so it's plummeting even more. Not too much actually. It went from $1.80 to $1.30, which I guess in the grand scheme of things is not very much, but actually in and of itself, that's a pretty big drop. $1.30 divided by $1.80 minus 1. That's a 28% drop. About base hitting, perhaps? About playing singles? Instead of going for breakouts, getting in on the dip area, and then going for the retrace to the top? Is that what you're talking about? Nice. I think that's what you're talking about and referring to. Cool. Good job. Good job. So there you go. There you go on East. Not good stuff. I'm getting a bit of a sell-off on my PRTG. I need to decide what to do with it.
BOM.
See, it's coming down below the entry day and heading towards my stop. And this was a larger size position. Obviously, I should have taken a smaller size now that I look at it, because it was a bounce. It was a backside bounce. But I really did expect it to get up to maybe 550 or so. Just not happening. Let me take a look at the shape of the intraday on it. PRTG. Very thinly traded. How wide is the bid ask? The bid ask is pretty wide. This should have been C size. So this was about 4 times larger than I should have been on this. That's my fault. Anyway, gonna flatten out of that. I don't like it. There we go. Reclaim my money, and you don't want to exacerbate things by staying in and hoping in
CNFR.
situations like that. All right, so I was glad to get that off of the boat. I was weighing down the boat. I'm in Hoth. How is Hoth doing? Because it appears to be halfway to my stop, I think.
WHLR.
Interesting, guys. This is an ABCD.
WHLR.
Michael, do you see it? It's almost an exact replay of Wheeler.
WHLR.
That reminds me, we're probably going to have a Wheeler alert at the end of the day here.
Coming up, earnings from Broadcom. That's
a
coming
dollar
up
risk,
after
20
the
cents,
close,
500
expecting
shares. Okay.
For
I'm going to get into
AVGO,
this for a possible ABCD trade.
earnings of $1.20
On,
adjusted.
I already have 270. Hold on,
That's
cancel
Alpha
all
Victor
buy.
Golf Oscar.
I already have 270 shares at 135. Okay, so I'm even down. Yeah, I'm gonna buy another 130. What is that?
AAMC.
230 shares to top it off.
AAMC.
135. I brought my average down to 127. Nice. Stop at $1. That over risks me though, so I do need to unload 100 shares kind of easily somewhere, and I think I'll do that on the retrace to this point here, 129, and then I'll be properly sized going into the close to a stop at $1, which is also a little risky, but it put in a pretty decent level there. Fingers crossed on that. That's a little bit risky, but anyway, I'm going for just C size. But yeah, 129. I need to get my order in here. 129. And then I might as well, while I'm putting them in, put in my next ones as well. 139 and 149.
AAMC.
Okay, so that's an overnight position. Now, going back to Wheeler, let's take a look at that, and we need to alert that to the group or let everybody know what to do with that. This is an overnight. God, for sure. This looks great. This is like a second ABCD
WHLR.
going on, Michael. You guys.
East.
If it could get over this 511 point right here,
Pass.
that'd be higher. Tree and a stop at
WHLR.
$4. Just $5 risk. Is that not putting in a topping
WHLR.
tail for today on Hoth? Yes, it is. But look at the pre-market. That I know that doesn't show up. There, look, it already popped. It's already moving up.
East.
Hoth, you missed it, Michael. While you were skeptical about it. Whoa, there it goes. I told you. And
AAMC.
where is my Hoth? There it is down there. Okay, cool. So anyway, no, you gotta look at the pre-market though. That's all filled in. There's hidden invisible green bar
AAMC.
there. It's been all traded in. Now, if it just had started here, and yeah, I'd be
AAMC.
concerned. But it actually did trade through all that with lots and lots of volume and back and forth, and decisions have been made between people, arguing parties, the auction psychology, crowd psychology. It got to suss out all those levels throughout here invisibly. So in some
AAMC.
sense, no, it's not that much of a topping tail candle. It is a little bit, but not that much of one. Anyway, there it goes. Back to Wheeler. I need to make an alert on this. Yeah, see, I need to have 100 shares risk to 4. Potentially, if this hits 5 before the end of the day for an ABCD core trade entry back to the top, if that happens in the next 10 minutes. However, in the meantime, let's go over to Wheeler. You're talking basically risk to $1, but no, it's been pretty fleshed out to $2. So the stop at $2. So Wheeler is stop at $2 alert. All right, Wheeler. Stop $2.
Hoth.
Stocking. Okay, that alert is out.
TNON.
Hoth.
So that's $3 to the stop of
TNON.
$2 level.
TNON.
You know, my first take profit, it just hit 127 Hoth. My first take profit on that is 129. See, so that's an ABCD is like, you know, it's nice and clear. That's what's helping it. Again, Michael, it's just so clear. It kind of is pretty clear on Wheeler too. I wouldn't be surprised if Wheeler pops 515 before the close. If so, I need another like 100 shares to trade the core back up to the highs of 7. That'd be a base hit in
WHLR.
day trade, sort of outside of the inside of the swing trade.
WHLR.
Hoth moving, WHLR moving.
WHLR.
Did I get SRM? Yeah, I did. Okay. I don't know if I
East.
wanted to alert that.
TNON.
Did I alert that? I'm not sure if I need to
TNON.
alert that one. Let me see. I don't think I alerted that. Okay, I can alert that. I don't remember. Was this a base hit trade? No, this is okay. Possibility to go further.
GLMD.
Stop at cents for everybody else. SRM stop
WHLR.
65 cents. Penny stocking. Gonna grab it while it's still hot. Of course, it burned my freaking finger, but it's cooling off here.
WIW. LRMR.
I'm gonna shovel some more of this weird tasting rice into my mouth.
Lung.
I'm dead tomorrow with the rice.
WHLR.
GLMD. GLMD. TNON.
Wheeler dropping a little bit right now. Now that could be a spot to dip by, but there's not much day trade room left now.
WHLR.
GLMD. TNON.
40 seconds left in the minute. Is it going to be a green candle yet or not?
RPAY.
East.
First green candle after a big red pullback. First green candle. Did I
SHPH.
say red?
GLMD.
CIEN, Sienna, getting a downgrade at
GLMD,
Bank of America. That being
GLMD,
circulated by
GLMD.
traders now. Charlie
GLMD.
India Echo November, CIEN.
SHPH.
GLMD. Lung.
It did put in a green candle. Okay, that could be an add-on. I'll just add on 10.
GLMD.
That makes my average 307. Still kind of putting a stop at $2.
SHPH.
It's technically a little bit wrong for me to add on there, but I only added on 16% more position, and it was at a good
SHPH.
pullback spot. Pullbacks are excellent spots to take risks, and that's a great technique. We could talk about that tonight. I think we'll
CNFR.
talk about that tonight. Let's talk about a little bit more. I showed you before, but when we were sort of
CNFR.
doing the anatomy of a day trade into a swing position.
Rod. Big
But
spread.
yeah,
AAN.
maybe we could show that tonight. Ride is going a little bit more, looks like. Well, anyway, it is basically peaking.
XGN.
CNFR.
I think I have further profit targets set. Yeah. My next profit target on that one is
CNFR.
at
NPWR.
1350. All right, so yeah, let it blast off. Please do. Wheeler, IVP, RNAS, SRM, SOAR. It's kind of interesting. There's not
CNFR.
really big enough volume. Yeah, no. Somebody posted a chart of APLD. What's that looking like? Just the volume is cataclysmic, that's for sure. What's the news there? Maintain a price target of $10. Okay.
EHOB.
That's why it's moving, but it is on a lot of volume. We need to get into APLD. We need to figure out our stop on that. Probably 4.2 or $4. Yeah, we can go with 4.2. And it's basically at 5.2. So for me, for $100 of risk, that'd be 100 shares. Looking at it, does like to go on runs. It does like to
CNFR.
make big moves. The bid-ask spread is tight by a penny. I'm going to go A setup on this. So I'm actually going to get 400 shares.
ITI.
I'll try it at the bid for a split second here. There we go, got it. Otherwise I was going to go for a market order. Okay, so this is an A size position, and I'll put that alert in. APLD, that doesn't mean it's going to work out any more likely when I say A or a B or a C setup. That doesn't change the likelihood. It just changes the deservedness of your money.
COGT.
It's like everything's rocking on it. It's like this is the normal size. This is not bigger than a C setup. C setups are smaller than an A setup. A setup is where you want to be conservatively. C setups are even smaller than that. Okay, do you understand?
AAMC.
420 is the stop.
GLMD.
HOF.
GLMD.
DPRO. GLMD. DPRO.
Remember the GitLab alert yesterday and getting in that trade? I mean, that is really working out and following through. As I thought it would. All right, how many minutes we got? We got 2 minutes before the close, guys. So make your decisions or forever hold your peace. Unit keeps going. Oh, somebody said, is that what you were talking about? Unity Group? You're talking about Unit, probably, not you. Unity. You're probably talking about Unit. Who was that? Said something about Unit. Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
HOF.
And I don't like to take things that are extended like that. It's too late. I would have taken it
East.
possibly. I actually don't see any cataclysmic volume information that tells me to take it anywhere. So I wouldn't have taken this anywhere, according to the way this is transpiring. That's okay. That's leave it for another trader's strategy and system. Not mine. That one's just not mine.
HOF.
But I'm glad I looked at it. ARGX, see, not enough volume. Great move, not accompanied by cataclysmic volume. ARMK.
CNFR.
Hets. And I believe the market's going to close. We got 55 seconds to the close. ZH.
SQNS.
GPAT. And SRM, SOAR, SHCA, PLD, PPTA. We've seen this one move before. This one does have a lot of volume, but it's not ending strong enough.
IMVT.
Sats is interesting.
BOF.
Be an option trade, so it's a little bit too late on that. Mod, how you
DPRO.
doing, Mod? No. Neon.
RTAY.
Right, and I'm already in it. Neon's looking good.
TLSI.
Okay, I think that's it.
PD.
9, 8, 7,
TLSI.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Thank you very much. Thank you very much for trading with me today. And I will catch you back in the group. And see you tomorrow morning as well. Have a good one, everybody.